LoveLore Library. Chapter 1379. Somewhere in the skies of the eight wastelands, the treasure ship of the realm of the gods was flying leisurely. There were no villages in front and no shops at the back. Due to the defensive magic array on the treasure ship, it was very safe in this area. Just like what Duguxiu said, Yunsheng was not stupid enough to hide in any Chinese city. She had been staying on the treasure ship of the realm of the gods for the past few days. On this mobile stronghold, no beast could catch up with her. Therefore, these days, He Linlin was vomiting blood while Hu Qianqiu was being tormented by the Alliance army like an old dog. On the other hand, Yunsheng was very leisurely. Under the pitch-black starry sky, Yunsheng was leaning in Yi Baiming's arms. The two of them were lying on the deck of the treasure ship and looking at the sky. The breeze was gentle and everything was quiet. Only the whispers between the lovers could be heard. But at this moment, Yi Baiming suddenly suggested to return to the boundless land. We have stayed in the eight wastelands for long enough. It's time to return to the boundless land. Yi Baiming said. The war is not over yet. I plan to return to the boundless land in half a month. Yunsheng did not agree with Yi Baiming's suggestion. She felt that Yi Baiming was a little strange recently. He seemed to be hiding something from her. Little wild cat, listen to me this time. Return to the boundless land first. Leave the matters here to Boss Ping Yu and the others. Yi Baiming thought that with the Ice Fox clan and Boss Ping Yu around, it would not be a problem to protect the Chinese. Night Fox, are you hiding something from me? Ever since we returned from the Eight Wastelands Tower, I felt that something was wrong with you. Yunsheng looked at Yi Baiming. The two of them had experienced many life and death situations. Although Yi Baiming had returned the unicorn horn to her, there was an indescribable tacit understanding between the two of them. It was probably because of the enchantment spell. The Yi Baiming that Yunsheng knew was not a talkative man. Most of the time, he liked to hide his words in his heart and only tell her after he solved it himself. Perhaps most men were like this. Seeing Yi Baiming frown the entire night, Yunsheng could sense that Yi Baiming was hiding something in his heart. Seeing Yunsheng staring at him with eyes full of worry and confusion, Yi Baiming's heart slightly rippled. He gently pecked her on the lips, causing Yunsheng to pout. In the past half a month, the two of them had been very close. Yunsheng's initial rejection of these intimate actions had turned to symbolic anger. It was a big change. His little wild cat was sometimes so slow that it made people speechless. Sometimes she was overly sensitive. I did hide something from you. Actually, I have found a way to break the ancient forbidden spell. That news was told to me by Duguxiu. Yi Baiming held Yunsheng in his arms and nestled in her neck, smelling the faint fragrance of herbs on her body. He had to admit that he had hesitated for a moment after Duguxiu had said those words. You found a way. That's good news. Why didn't you tell me? Yunsheng felt itchy on her neck. She angrily punched Yi Baiming, but the latter took the opportunity to breathe hot air into her ear. You don't want to use that method. Yi Baiming told her about the method that Duguxiu had told him. After he finished, he stared at Yunsheng in amusement. Yunsheng paused for a few seconds. Suddenly, her face turned fierce. What method to break the curse? That damned Yi Xiu. She had thought that he was some respectable ancient powerhouse, but now it seemed that he was just a potential stud horse whose brain had shit in it. He actually wanted the descendant of the Black Qilin to use this method to break the ancient forbidden spell. Damned Duguxiu. It's fine if he's a stud horse himself, but he actually wants to turn you into a stud horse too. Let me tell you, Yi Baiming, if you dare to try. Before she could say the word try, Yunsheng's lips were engulfed by the man's scorching breath. Her small mouth, which had been grumbling non-stop, was firmly sealed. All that was left was an ambiguous feeling that only the two of them could understand. Yunxing, I won't betray you. Yi Baiming loosened his mouth reluctantly. God knew how long he had been troubled by this matter. If he had Duguxiu's personality, it would be easy to handle. But in his heart, there had always been only one Yunxing. And Yunxing only wanted him to be whole. If he really used this method, although he would break the ancient forbidden spell, there would be a gap between him and Yunxing forever. Yi Baiming would never allow such a thing to happen. Then don't solve it. There will always be other methods to break the ancient forbidden spell. Yi Baiming released Yunxing. From his eyes, there was an unquenchable desire. Who asked his little wild cat to look so delicious? Night Fox, am I making things too difficult for you? Yunxing sighed. She also knew that compared to women, male animals always had less self-control in certain aspects. For you, I am willing to endure hardships. Moreover, I will definitely find other methods. Don't forget, you still have to give birth to a nest of children for me. Yi Baiming comforted her. After hearing Yi Baiming's words, Yunxing spat. She did not doubt Yi Baiming's words at all. Yi Baiming looked at the blushing Yunxing and his heart tightened. If what Yushang said was true and he was Yi Xiu, then did that mean that the key to breaking the ancient forbidden spell lay with him? Yi Baiming wanted to return to the Dutian blood realm and find the ancient Qilin tomb again to see if there were any other clues. Moreover, he had a hunch that Yunxing was not suited to stay in the Eight Desolates mainland for long. The High Priest must have his reasons for collecting the Eight Desolates of Darkness divine weapons again. Most of the Eight Desolates of Darkness divine weapons had already fallen into the High Priest's hands. Only Yunxing and Yi Baiming still had one Eight Desolates of Darkness divine weapon each. That's good too. Anyway, the Hua clan has Boss Pingyu, Yun Shuang, and the others for martial arts, and Crane Sound for culture. These people together should not be underestimated. I also plan to send Madame Rulin back to the boundless mainland so that she can meet Mother. Yunxing also breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them decided to bring Madame Rulin, Little Yingying, and Baby back to the boundless mainland first. Knowing that Yunxing and Yunxing were leaving, Lu Yunshuang, Boss Pingyu, Crane Sound, and the others were very reluctant to part with them. All good things must come to an end. Everyone, you are now the mainstays of the Hua clan. As long as the human race, half-beast people, and beast people live in harmony, I believe that the Hua clan will continue to prosper. Yunxing had stayed in the Eight Desolates mainland for almost a year and had built up deep bonds with these people. However, she was ultimately just a passerby in the Eight Desolates mainland. The few of them said their goodbyes reluctantly. Just as Yunxing and Yi Baiming were about to leave the treasure ship and return to the boundless mainland with Baby, Boss Pingyu received a secret report from his subordinate. When he read the report, his expression changed abruptly. Chapter 1380. Yunxing caught the change in Boss Peng's expression. Boss Peng, what happened? Why is your expression so bad? Yunxing paid attention to Boss Peng's actions. Master, the situation isn't good. There are rumors in the outside world that He Yao has led 100,000 Black Qilin elites and summoned the other beast clans of the Eight Wastelands to arrest you and Lord Knight all over the continent. Boss Feather Rock hesitated for a while before finally speaking. This news was spread early in the morning. The Black Qilin tribe's reputation in the Eight Desolates continent was shocking. He Yao personally issued the order. Other than the 9 Luan tribe, the D clan, the Hua tribe, and the Beaming tribe, many other beast tribes on the continent responded. Especially the Celestial Fox, the Green Hell Wolf, the Boss Serpent, and the Ping tribe who had a grudge with Yunxing and the others. They also joined He Yao's alliance. They were very powerful and had already searched for the whereabouts of Yunxing and the others in the Eight Desolates continent. Why did He Yao suddenly want to kill us? This situation doesn't seem right. Yunxing's expression changed when she heard the news. Although He Yao had always hated her and Yi Baiming, he had never wanted to kill them. Otherwise, if he was forced into a corner, he would have done it in Sky Harmony City. Yunxing always thought that He Yao's friendship with Yi Baiming wouldn't allow him to kill Yi Baiming. In fact, He Yao did do that. I heard that the young tribe leader of the Black Qilan tribe, He Linlin, was killed. The culprit is, you guys. Boss Peng stammered. This was clearly framing them. Yunsheng and Yi Baiming looked at each other. During these days, after they obtained the city, all the orders and measures were given directly from the Divine World treasured ship. They didn't leave the ship at all. Not to mention He Linlin, they didn't even meet anyone from the Black Qilan tribe. He Linlin is dead. The Black Qilan King's relic is probably in the hands of the culprit. No wonder He Yao went crazy and joined forces with the other 4 beast tribes to hunt us down. Yi Baiming hadn't expected things to develop to this point. Although He Yao had many children, the only truly outstanding ones were He Linlin and Du Guxiu. Among them, He Linlin had grown up with him. Her arrogance was similar to He Yao's, and she was He Yao's favorite child. With He Linlin's death, and the Black Qilan clan losing the Qilan King's relic, it was expected that He Yao would be furious. Master, that He Yao is a madman. He can do anything. We should leave 8 Desolates continent immediately. Bobo urged. Between the 8 wastelands and the boundless continent was the Dutian blood world. Unless there was a world deity like Bobo, even He Yao would not be able to cross over in a short period of time. Therefore, leaving the 8 Desolates continent was the safest option. Yunsheng, Bobo is right. You, Madame Rulan, Little Ying and the others should return to the boundless continent first. Leave the Black Qilan tribe to me. I will definitely find the person who set us up. Yi Baiming felt that something was amiss. He had fought with He Linlin before. He Linlin had the Black Qilan King's relic. Even he couldn't guarantee that he could kill her. The person who killed He Linlin was definitely not simple. No, I won't leave. Night Fox, I will be wherever you go this time. Yunxing shook her head. She knew Yi Baiming's concerns very well. He Yao was looking for the 2 of them. If the 2 of them left, He Yao would definitely attack the Chinese and the human race in the 8 Desolates continent. Then, all her efforts in the past would be in vain. Yi Baiming wanted to stay behind to stop He Yao's anger and find the real culprit. However, He Yao might not listen to Yi Baiming's explanation now. They had been separated countless times. This time, she definitely couldn't let go of this man's hand. You. Yi Baiming was at a loss for words. His eyes flashed with complicated emotions. Yi Baiming felt that even if he had thousands of words to say, he couldn't say them. He could only hold Yunxing's hand tightly and couldn't let go. Master, Qilan boy, if you don't leave, I won't leave either. Bo also threw a tantrum. Bo, don't be willful. Once He Yao strikes, even the treasure ship of the realm of the gods may not be able to stop his anger. Send the powerless Little Ying and Madame Rulan back to the boundless continent and into the hands of my parents. Remember, don't tell Mother and the rest about what happened here. Yunsheng was most worried about Madame Rulan and the rest. Master, you must be careful. Bo will immediately come back to find you after sending Madame Rulan and the rest back. Bo's eyes were red like a rabbit's. She had a feeling that she wouldn't be able to see Master again after leaving this time. Bo left with Madame Rulan and the rest. Yunsheng and Yi Baiming watched them disappear into the magic array. Master, what should we do next? Boss Peng Yu was also very surprised. Yunsheng and Yi Baiming still chose to stay under such circumstances. Boss Pingyu, we have offended He Yao and may implicate you. If you're afraid, you can leave with your subordinates. Yunsheng gathered everyone on the ship. No, master, you didn't abandon us. We won't leave either. Although the Chinese people have just been established, all the Chinese people are loyal to you because they respect you, master. No matter how strong the Black Qilan tribe is, how can they compare to the tens of millions of humans and half-beast men of the Chinese? Boss Pingyu and the people on the ship, including Qingqing, were all unwilling to leave. Since that's the case, let's choose the nearest city and wait for He Yao's arrival. Yunsheng wasn't willing to hide anymore. What she had to face, she had to face. Whether it was He Yao or the other beastmen tribes, she, Yunsheng, had never been truly afraid. Yunsheng and Yi Baiming chose Luochuan City, a city of the Beaming tribe, as their temporary base. At the same time, they spread the news and waited for He Yao's army to arrive. He Yao hadn't arrived yet, but Yunsheng and the others had already waited for another person. High Priest. Yi Baiming was somewhat wary when he saw the High Priest. The High Priest of the Beast God altar seemed to be everywhere. He was even faster than He Yao. Long time no see, the two of you don't need to be nervous. I'm not He Yao's helper. On the contrary, we're here to help the two of you. The High Priest was still wearing a priest robe that covered his face. He looked eerie. The young man and woman in front of him stood together like a pair of jade. Under such circumstances, the two of them didn't leave the Eight Desolates continent and chose to fight He Yao head-on. The High Priest couldn't help but cast sidelong glances at them. Chapter 1381. Help us. Could it be that the Beast God altar wants to break off relations with the Black Qilan tribe? Yi Baiming sneered. He had never trusted the High Priest. The High Priest had already expected that Yi Baiming wouldn't believe him, so he went straight to the point. I can tell you the location of He Yao's Ming men, but in exchange, I want the Eight Desolate Darkness Divine artifact in your hands. The location of He Yao's Ming men. He Yao was known as the #1 expert in the Eight Desolate continent. His cultivation was the second strongest in the history of the Black Qilan tribe, second only to the former Black Qilan king Yi Xiu. The Black Qilan tribe had astonishing defensive and offensive power among the 8 great beast tribes. It was rumored that He Yao had cultivated the immortal Qilan body. Before Yunsheng left the 8 Desolate Tower, the High Priest had already obtained the 8 Desolate Darkness Divine artifact from the other contestants. Only Yi Baiming, Yunsheng, and especially Yunsheng, who was the last to leave the 8 Desolate Tower, still had the Heavenly Fate Mirror in her hands. Others might not know the use of the Heavenly Fate Mirror, but the High Priest knew. Yunsheng could obtain the Heavenly Fate Mirror, which meant that mirror spirit concubine Ru Shui had either been killed or subdued by her. Therefore, the High Priest was still somewhat wary of Yunsheng, who had the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Yi Baiming and Yunsheng were also secretly considering the authenticity of the High Priest's words. Although this person's actions are strange, he does know a lot of secrets of the Black Qilan tribe. The method to break the ancient forbidden curse that Duga Xiu mentioned was also taught to him by the High Priest. Yi Baiming and Yunsheng discussed. The two of them decided to use the 8 Desolate Darkness Divine artifact in exchange for the method to kill He Yao. Yi Baiming didn't say anything else and threw the Dark Battle God Halberd to the High Priest. When the High Priest took the Dark Battle God Halberd, his eyes flashed with excitement. The Heavenly Fate Mirror of Darkness is for you. Yunsheng did not hesitate. She took out the Heavenly Fate Mirror from the Beast Language Ring and handed it to the Grand Priest. When the High Priestess received the Heavenly Fate Mirror of Darkness, she was stunned. You killed Ji Rushue? In the 8 Wastelands Tower, even the High Priestess couldn't kill the Mirror Spirit, but it was actually killed by Yunsheng. This woman did seem to have some tricks up her sleeves. The high priest's gaze lingered on Yunxing's face for a moment, his eyes filled with disgust. Killing or not killing won't affect the divine power of the heavenly fate mirror of darkness. Yunxing did not comment. She would not tell the high priest that Ji Rumo had devoured Ji Rushua's divine power. The current heavenly fate mirror of darkness had no energy at all. To put it bluntly, it was just an ordinary mirror. However, the high priest shouldn't have noticed this. Since the two of you are straightforward, I will fulfill my promise. He Yao's life gate is his heart. Every Qilin king can only prevent his resurrection by shattering his heart. On the other hand, even if his Qilin body is destroyed, as long as he has the Qilin heart and the Qilin king Saraira, he can be resurrected. He Yao will be here soon. I hope I will be able to see the two of you again in the future. With that, the high priest left with the two treasures. It's the Qilin heart. But it won't be easy to get He Yao's Qilin heart, Yunxing mused. Don't worry. As long as we are together, everything can be resolved, Yi Baiming said softly. Rumble. It was as if tens of thousands of horses were galloping past the city gates. Yi Baiming and Yunxing were both shocked. He Yao had led over 100,000 soldiers to the city gates outside Luochuan City. This time, He Yao had come prepared. The Featherping tribe's Featherping army was circling in the air. On the ground, the Qilin army, Celestial Fox army, Boss Serpent army, and Viridian Wolf army surrounded Luochuan City from all directions. Yi Baiming, Yunxing, you bastards who don't know what's good for you, come out. He Yao was clad in a battle helmet. His face was so cold it could freeze into ice. Hatred had swallowed up everything in his heart. When Duge Xiu brought He Linlin's body back, her eyes were bulging in shock. There was a bloody hole in her chest. Her heart and the Qilin king Saraira were both gone. Based on Duge Xiu's one-sided statement, He Yao wouldn't have believed that He Linlin had died at the hands of Yi Baiming and Yunxing. However, he also knew that He Linlin's defense was very high. If the other party didn't have a divine weapon, they wouldn't have been able to kill her in one move. Duge Xiu had already said that the battle god halberd of the boundless world's 8 barons' divine weapon had fallen into his and Yi Baiming's hands. Yi Baiming had the right hand. He questioned his subordinates again. Everyone's answers confirmed that it was indeed Yi Baiming and Yunxing's plan to lure He Linlin into the city alone. By the time they arrived, He Linlin had already died. He Yao hated Yi Baiming and Yunxing. They had even shattered He Linlin's heart and taken away the Black Qilin king Saraira. Even among the Black Qilin tribe, only a small number of people knew the importance of the Qilin heart and the Saraira. Using the energy of the Qilin heart and the Saraira, a Black Qilin could be revived. However, if the heart was shattered and the Saraira was lost, there would be no chance of reviving He Linlin. Despite the Black Qilin army's pressure, Luochuan City was peaceful. There were no city guards on the city walls, and the city gates were wide open. Upon closer inspection, He Yao and the others realized that Luochuan City had long become an empty city. It turned out that when Yunxing and Yi Baiming chose Luochuan City as their base, they had already ordered Boss Peng and the others to move all the citizens to other cities. Now, there were only a few people in the huge city. At this moment, the sound of a zither could be heard from the city walls. He Yao and the others looked over and almost fainted from anger. On the city walls, there were only 2 people, one standing and one standing. It was a woman and a man. The woman was dressed in white, like the most beautiful cloud in the sky. The man was dressed in black, like a lone eagle chasing after the clouds. Beside the woman was a zither table, and on the zither table was a phoenix head zither. Her fingertips landed on the zither, and the sound of the zither flowed gently like flowing water. The man held a wine pot in his hand and drank the wine leisurely. This scene did not look like a battle at all. It was more like a pair of lovers playing the zither and drinking wine under the setting sun. They looked happy and harmonious. The man and woman were clearly Yunsheng and Yi Baiming. Such a leisurely scene made the situation that was on the verge of eruption become strange. In particular, the people from the beast tribes were all shocked. Could it be that Yunsheng and Yi Baiming were scared silly? In front of the murderous He Yao, they could still be so leisurely. Chapter 1382. What a pair of dogs. You killed my daughter, and you're still drinking and playing the zither. Today, I, He Yao, swear to kill you. He Yao's eyes were filled with blood. He had turned into a vengeful god from hell. Why? He had even asked He Linlin to compromise and accept that bastard from the heavenly fox tribe. However, this pair of bastards in front of him had killed his most beloved daughter. He Linlin's heart was destroyed, and the Qilin king's relic was taken away. She had no chance of coming back to life. Yunsheng pressed the zither string, and the music stopped. He Yao, what He Linlin or by Linlin? It has nothing to do with us. Your daughter is unreasonable and has enemies everywhere. If you want to slander us, you should do a thorough investigation first. Yunsheng pursed her lips, but Yi Baiming, who was beside her, smiled faintly and hugged his little wild cat in his arms. At a time like this, the only person who would still be interested in shooting her mouth off was his little wild cat. How dare you quibble? Linlin's Qilin king's relic can't be taken away by normal people. Only Yi Baiming can summon it. He Yao stood in the air, facing off against Yunsheng and Yi Baiming. He already knew that his daughter He Linlin wasn't the one chosen by the Qilin king's relic, so he used an ancient method to keep the Qilin king's relic in He Linlin's body. He Yao, there's no point in talking. Since you're sure that we killed her, we have nothing to say. Yi Baiming's expression was cold. He didn't have time to find out who killed He Linlin. He only knew that He Yao kept calling them dogs and bitches. He was very unhappy that He Yao insulted his woman. That's right, Patriarch He Yao. This pair of bastards, the woman is cunning and the man is heartless. Why do you have to talk to them? You don't have to deal with them personally. The leader of the Celestial Fox people, Hu Qianqiu, also jumped out. It had only been a month, but Hu Qianqiu had aged a lot. His originally elegant and handsome face was now filled with wrinkles. Not only that, but there were also people in the Celestial Fox tribal nation who were clamoring for him to step down. All of this was thanks to Yunsheng. In Hua cities, Celestial Fox tribe was the first to be affected. Almost all the humans, 2/3 of the half-orcs and 1/3 of the Celestial Fox tribe declared their independence from the Celestial Fox tribe. He was very busy, but he still couldn't stop the division of the Celestial Fox tribe. All of this was caused by Yunsheng. That's right, Patriarch Darklight. We're enough. Peng Wanli, Qing Yan, and Qi Zhanfeng also stood out. They were not willing to let Hu Qianqiu steal the limelight. Yunsheng and Yi Baiming had seized many of their cities. They had long been itching to tear the two of them into pieces. Seeing that the two of them were alone and had no reinforcements, it was the best time to strike. Since that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you, patriarchs. Darklight said coldly. Patriarchs, you should split into two groups. 2 against Yi Baiming, 2 against that Celestial Fox bastard. Darklight secretly thought that Yi Baiming was much stronger than Yunsheng. But to be safe, it was better to have 2 against 1. No, patriarchs, don't worry. That Celestial Fox bastard is from our Celestial Fox tribe. I can deal with him alone. Hu Qianqiu also gnashed his teeth in hatred towards Yunsheng. He was the patriarch of the Celestial Fox tribe. To deal with a Celestial Fox bastard, he had to join forces with the other patriarchs. If news of this spread out, where would his reputation as the patriarch of the celestial fox people be? Then we'll do as Patriarch Who said. Let's split into 2 groups. Everyone, let's kill that brat together. The other patriarchs also shouted and flew into the sky. Little wild cat, go easy on him. Yi Baiming winked at Yunxing. His meaning was that he was not worried about Yunxing at all. His tone was clearly sad for Hu Qianqiu. You too, go easy on him. Yunxing smiled. Darklight did not expect that the 2 of them would still be flirting at this critical moment. He could make a move at any time. At this moment, he only needed to watch from the side. Kill. As soon as Yi Baiming and Yunxing separated, the gentleness in their eyes disappeared. A trace of coldness flashed past, as if they were 2 different people. The 3 patriarchs also knew that Yi Baiming's strength was not to be underestimated. Patriarch Qing Yan roared towards the sky. His body suddenly expanded, and his 4 limbs turned into thick wolf limbs. A blood crescent blade appeared in his hand. The Boss Serpent clan leader transformed into a giant snake the size of a wooden barrel. It swept its tail towards Yi Baiming. Under Ping Wanli's command, the arrows in the hands of the Ping Feather warriors whistled as they shot towards Yi Baiming. Insignificant skill. Qilin battle chi surged in Yi Baiming's body. Immediately, a battle armor appeared on the surface of his body. Once the battle armor appeared, the rain of arrows and attacks were completely ineffective. That is. Darklight's pupils shrank. The armor on Yi Baiming's body was the demon god armor that Yunxing had used the divine lotus fire to forge for him. The armor was as light as a feather. It would only appear when needed. Super Spacetime Spell, Reversal of Heaven and Earth. Yi Baiming's demon god armor appeared. A wave of magic surged out in front of him like an angry wave. The rain of arrows paused in midair, then suddenly changed direction and shot towards the Ping Feather race. The Ping Feather race was caught off guard. Countless Ping Feather race warriors were pierced by the sharp arrows and fell from the sky. What? The 3 patriarchs were shocked, and even He Yao's expression changed slightly. Magic. Everyone thought that Yi Baiming was only a warrior. No one knew that he was a terrifying magician. Super Spacetime Spell. Yi Baiming's talent in magic was probably comparable to his martial talent. Battle Energy Blades. After forcing back the Ping Feather race army, countless battle energy blades whistled around Yi Baiming like a terrible storm from hell. 2 battle energy swords appeared in his hands. With a shake of the swords, 2 sword shadows flashed. His body moved, whistling as he transformed into a gust of wind. Countless sword shadows swung wildly in the sky like countless poisonous snakes pouncing on the Boss Serpent Patriarch. Qi Zhanfeng, the Boss Serpent Patriarch, was cut into several pieces. Blood spurted out of his body like raindrops. Bastard! Patriarch Qin Yan roared. His body turned into a bolt of lightning as he pounced on Yi Baiming. The 2 figures were entangled with each other in the sky. Yi Baiming. If only you hadn't killed Lin Lin. Darklight's eyes were filled with shock and regret as he watched Yi Baiming gradually gain the upper hand in the sky. He knew that the 3 patriarchs couldn't stop Yi Baiming. A dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. Such a Yi Baiming could be considered the true successor of the Black Qilin tribe. Chapter 1383. He Yao clenched his fists, his heart throbbing with pain. But when he thought of how Yi Baiming killed his daughter, He Lin Lin, and disobeyed him, his heart sank bit by bit. Die! With a thunderous roar, Patriarch Qin Yan's body was split into 2 and fell heavily to the ground. It's your turn. Yi Baiming's eyes turned cold as he pointed his finger at He Yao. The blood of the 3 patriarchs had yet to dry on his hand. Yi Baiming's provocative gaze caused the blood in He Yao's body to turn cold. Hee, before you challenge me, shouldn't you take a look at your woman's condition? He Yao was so angry that he laughed. Could it be? Yi Baiming's eyes flashed as he looked up at the sky. The battle between Yunxing and Hu Qianqiu was much harder than Yi Baiming and Yunxing had imagined. Little bastard, I really regret letting you join the Celestial Fox tribe. You're the same as Hu Xing, the shame of the Celestial Fox tribe. Hu Qianqiu glared hatefully at Yunxing. This woman, who looked exactly like his own daughter, had come to the Heavenly Fox tribe. She was a nightmare to him. I'll return those words to you word for word. Hu Qianqiu, I've seen many men, including many shameless ones, but it's my first time seeing one as despicable and shameless as you. You don't deserve to be Hu Xing's father. Yunxing looked at Hu Qianqiu and felt indignant for Hu Xing and Madame Rulin. She's just a piece of trash. If it wasn't for her, you wouldn't have come to the Celestial Fox tribe. If I'd known, I would have killed her myself. She's a stain on my life. Hu Qianqiu spat. Old man, I'll make you pay for what you said. Yunxing was thoroughly enraged by Hu Qianqiu's words. Price? You won't have the chance. Although you and I are both 7-tailed celestial fox, you are much weaker than me. Hu Qianqiu said proudly. Behind him, 7 fox tails appeared. I am the true celestial fox, a pure-blooded celestial fox. I will let you experience my 7-tailed inheritance, Fox King possession. This is the true celestial fox inheritance. Hu Qianqiu suddenly let out a series of fox howls. Hu Qianqiu's appearance changed. His originally refined face grew hair. Oh no, there's something special about his inheritance. Yunxing knew that something was wrong. She drew a few summoning circles in her hand. Xiao He and the Elven Queen appeared. These days, in order to help Boss Ping Yu guard the many cities, Yunxing sent out the Night Demon Queen and the Queen of Shade. Now, she only had 2 magical beasts by her side. He originally thought that it was enough to deal with Hu Qianqiu, but he did not expect that Hu Qianqiu still had a hidden move. What do you think these trashy magical beasts can do to me? Hu Qianqiu's body was still changing. His body was like a gust of wind, constantly changing his position in the air. He nimbly dodged Xiao He and the Elven Queen's attacks again and again. So fast. Yunxing was awestruck. Space-time prohibition. The magic scepter in Yunxing's hand emitted a gray magic light. Hu Qianqiu only felt the surrounding wind suddenly stop blowing. His feet seemed to be bound by something. That damned little bee asterisk starred, he actually knew such a high-level magic. Hu Qianqiu, who was restrained by the space-time prohibition, slowed down a little. Little bastard, so what if you are a dual summoner and magician? It's too late. At this moment, Hu Qianqiu burst out laughing. Fox King possession, I will let you see the true strength of the celestial fox. Hu Qianqiu had already disappeared. He had turned into a celestial fox the size of a small mountain. That celestial fox had a total of 7 tails, a crown-shaped mark on its forehead, and a body full of silver-gray fur. The Fox King's aura caused the surrounding air to tense up. Xiao He and the Elven Queen also felt some pressure, and couldn't help but slow down a lot. Hu Qianqiu always had a submissive look in front of others. Yunxing didn't expect that he actually had such a terrifying celestial fox inheritance. Speaking of which, Hu Qianqiu's celestial fox inheritance was somewhat similar to the celestial fox of the mixed celestial fox mare that Yunxing had seen earlier. It was just that Hu Qianqiu was a 7-tailed celestial fox. Compared to the celestial fox mare, his bloodline and strength were many times higher. He didn't just summon the Fox King, but directly possessed the celestial Fox King. It was as if the Fox King possessed him, and its power was astonishing. The Fox King circled around the entire Luochuan city, and the 7 tails stirred up the clouds in the sky. I didn't expect that old man Hu Qianqiu to have such ability. When He Yao saw this scene, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. He had looked down on Hu Qianqiu earlier, but he didn't expect that Hu Qianqiu's celestial fox inheritance would be so powerful. Yi Baiming couldn't help but frown. Hu Qianqiu's strength seemed to be stronger than the other patriarchs, but he was actually the strongest among the patriarchs, second only to He Yao. No wonder he took the initiative to ask to fight Yunxing alone. It seemed that he had to speed up. Yi Baiming's expression changed. Without hesitation, he slid his feet and charged towards He Yao. Hu Qianqiu, who was possessed by the Fox King, was even faster. Its defense was even more shocking. Yunxing used several magic attacks, but it didn't even hurt a single strand of its fur. The earth quakes and the mountains sway. Bastard, die! Hu Qianqiu stomped down and kicked the city walls of Luochuan City. Following its roar, countless lightning flashed in the sky and formed lightning, rolling towards Yunxing and her magical beasts. Boom 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 boom, water magic, mist concealment. After the water spirit queen chanted, Yunxing's surroundings instantly turned into a vast expanse of white. Just a mere water magic, and you want to stop this patriarch? Dream on. Hu Qianqiu laughed maniacally. It swallowed like a whale and swallowed the fog into its stomach. Damn it. This guy is so troublesome. Yunxing couldn't help but feel depressed. Her Millennium Ice Zither was already destroyed. Otherwise, she could use the divine melody to help her. Right now, I can only fight with brute force. I don't believe that Hu Qianqiu really has an indestructible body. Yunxing's golden eyes flashed as she stared at Hu Qianqiu. Between her hands, several strands of magic power intertwined together, forming a magic lightning vortex in each hand. Go! 2 lightning vortexes, carrying a crackling magic power, charged towards the Fox King Hu Qianqiu. Hu Qianqiu was hit by the 2 lightning vortexes. Instantly, his skin and flesh split open. A burnt smell came from his abdomen. When he looked at his abdomen, blood was flowing non-stop. Bastard, you'll regret what you've done. Hu Qianqiu swallowed. His eyes were red from killing. Countless celestial fox warriors were sucked into his stomach. Every time he swallowed a person, his body would expand a little. The wounds on his body would also quickly heal. Chapter 1384. What sorcery was this? When Yunxing saw this scene, her eyes were filled with astonishment. Fox King possession was the highest inheritance of Hu Qianqiu's 7 tails. But looking at it now, it looked more like a sorcery. In order to defeat Yunxing, Hu Qianqiu did not hesitate to devour his own people. Bastard, although the blood on your body is a little dirty, but your strength is not bad. Take a guess, if I devour you, will my strength reach 8 tails? Or even higher? Hu Qianqiu spat out his scarlet tongue, his face still unsatisfied. The strength of these celestial fox warriors was too weak. In terms of strength, no one could compare to Yunxing. Although the 7-tailed celestial fox was a mixed breed, her strength was indeed very strong. Come, little bastard, today, you will become my Fox King's meal. Meal? Yunxing's eyes narrowed, looking at the Fox King Hu Qianqiu, who was still expanding. Yunxing looked at the expanding Hu Qianqiu and suddenly had an idea. Perhaps she could really let Hu Qianqiu devour her. A bold idea flashed past. Yunxing made a decision in her heart. A human's heart was not as good as a snake trying to swallow an elephant. She wondered what would happen when the evil Fox King met the celestial fox relic. Although the Fox King's strength was strong, it was an evil path. Relying on devouring to strengthen oneself, the effect was the same as devouring the celestial fox's heart to strengthen one's strength. As you wish. Yunxing's body charged straight into the Fox King's mouth that was still absorbing the celestial fox warriors. The Fox King Hu Qianqiu did not expect that Yunxing would actually seek her own death. Before he could react, Yunxing had already charged into his mouth. As soon as the celestial fox relic entered the body of the Fox King Hu Qianqiu, an awe-inspiring and pure celestial fox energy immediately filled the celestial fox's body. The power of the celestial fox is indeed delicious. Little bastard, your strength will all belong to me. Hu Qianqiu could feel that the power in his body was increasing. Fox King's body was also constantly expanding. This feeling was indescribably wonderful. Your woman has been devoured, yet you're still indifferent. Obsidian was shocked to see this scene. From the looks of it, Yunxing's actions were akin to suicide. Unlike you, He Yao, my woman is not a daughter. She has the strength to match mine. She will definitely win. Yi Baiming was surprised for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. His eyes were full of confidence. He believed that Yunxing must have her reasons for doing this. After Hu Qianqiu devoured Yunxing, Hu Qianqiu quickly realized that something was wrong. Fox King Hu Qianqiu only felt that there was a volcanic eruption of power rolling in his body. When the purest celestial fox energy sensed the evil aura on Fox King's body, it became irritable and restless. This energy fluctuation, could it be celestial fox relic? No. When he realized the power in his body, Hu Qianqiu's eyes suddenly bulged. Celestial fox smoke was famous for abhorring evil. If her celestial fox relic was in his body, almost at the same time, Yunxing also released the magic power in her body. Hu Qianqiu's body was like a balloon that had been blown up and exploded in the sky. The huge rock in Yi Baiming's heart instantly fell to the ground, and a smile appeared on his face. His little wild cat was indeed not to be bullied. The energy fluctuation made He Yao narrow his eyes slightly. If he wasn't wrong, the energy that caused Hu Qianqiu's body to explode was actually a celestial fox relic. He Yao didn't expect the situation to take such a sudden turn. Wasn't it said that the celestial fox tribe couldn't find the celestial fox relic? Why would a celestial fox relic suddenly appear in the body of that little celestial fox bastard? After killing Hu Qianqiu, Yunxing immediately retreated to Yi Baiming's side. The two smiled at each other, only trust and indifference in each other's eyes. Even though they both knew that He Yao in front of them was much harder to deal with than the four tribal patriarchs combined. Whoosh! Yi Baiming and Yunxing attacked one after another, killing the clan leaders of the four major beast clans. The armies of the four major beast clans were instantly thrown into disarray. Some of the more cowardly warriors had already started to flee. He Yao snorted when he saw all this. It seems that I've underestimated you all. He Yao, you've always been headstrong and self-opinionated. You've never cared about anyone else. That was true for Li Qingqing, and it's the same for us now. Yi Baiming looked at He Yao. He had to admit that He Yao had his strengths. The Dark Qilin army behind him was still strictly disciplined and didn't stir at all. Shut up, you bastard. You don't deserve to mention Qingqing in front of me. Yi Baiming, I've tolerated you many times because of your mother. Let me ask you again, are you willing to acknowledge me as your father and inherit the position of tribal patriarch? He Yao questioned Yi Baiming. Since we've reached this stage, I'll tell you the truth. You're not my father, and Li Qingqing isn't my mother. I, Yi Baiming, have nothing to do with you. Yi Baiming looked coldly at He Yao. He Yao's eyes widened a few degrees. He staggered back a few steps as if he had been stabbed with a knife. He looked dazed. What did you say? That's impossible. You're clearly the son of Qingqing and dark Qilin blood flows in your body. Hey Yao, as a father, don't you feel at all whether he's your biological son or not? Empress Li told us all this herself. Yunxing looked at Yi Baiming worriedly when she saw He Yao's expression. Personally, you're saying that Qingqing is still alive. Tell me, where is she? He Yao's eyes focused again. He rushed forward and grabbed Yi Baiming, questioning him crazily. For so many years, he had always thought that Li Qingqing was dead. She's already dead, and I'm not your son. Yi Baiming hesitated. He's not wrong. He's not your son. Hey Yao, do you want to know who he is? If you want to know, come to Sky Harmony City with Yi Baiming. Just as Yi Baiming and He Yao were confronting each other, a figure appeared in the sky above Luochuan City like a black cloud. The high priest was like a giant bat. His cold voice echoed in the sky. High priest. Yi Baiming and He Yao's expressions changed. At this moment, Yi Baiming's expression changed slightly. He spat out a sentence with difficulty. Yunxing, I have to go to Sky Harmony City. Yi Baiming's words shocked Yunxing. When she regained her senses, Yi Baiming's figure suddenly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Night Fox. Yunxing's face turned pale. At this moment, He Yao's expression changed again. He felt that someone had barged into the Black Qilin forbidden grounds. Chapter 1385. Sky Harmony City, Black Qilin Forbidden Grounds. Duke Xiao and the High Priestess arrived before the Forbidden Grounds. The Black Qilin Forbidden Grounds was an ancient stone tomb. In order to enter the tomb, one had to pass through 9 stone doors. Each door had a special magic seal. If one was careless, the mechanism would be activated. The ancestral tablets of the Black Qilin patriarchs were enshrined in the Forbidden Grounds. Ancient magic arrays were set up here. Duke Xiao had only been here once under He Yao's lead when he returned to the Black Qilin Patriarch. After He Yao learned of He Linlin's death, he was furious. He led an army of 100,000 Black Qilin Patriarchs to besiege Luochuan City. He Yao had planned to bring Duke Xiao with him and let him be the vanguard. However, Duke Xiao said that Sky Harmony City was defenseless and needed someone to guard it. He Yao thought that Duke Xiao was unwilling to lay his hands on Yunxing. He scolded him, useless thing. Then, he left with his army. After He Yao left, the High Priestess and Duke Xiao entered the Forbidden Grounds. Duke Xiao didn't know why the High Priestess wanted to enter the Forbidden Grounds. However, what surprised him was that the High Priestess was able to deactivate the ancient magic arrays. Even He Yao had to spend a lot of effort to control them. This is the last door. The High Priestess stood in front of the stone door and looked at it. After the High Priestess deactivated the last magic array, the stone door creaked and the heavy stone door slowly opened. Do you know what's behind the last stone door? The High Priestess suddenly asked. The empty tomb of the Qilin king from ancient times. Duke Xiao had heard of it from He Yao. The Black Qilin graveyard was an empty tomb to commemorate the Black Qilin king's relic that had died in the Boundless Continent. The real Black Qilin king's corpse was still in the 8 Desolates continent. Is that so? So that's what the later generation said. The High Priestess let out a strange laugh. Duke Xiao looked at the High Priestess suspiciously. You've been following us for so long. Come out. Just as the High Priestess and Duke Xiao were about to enter the stone door, the High Priestess suddenly stopped. Yu Shang and the Great Witch Doctor walked out. Seeing the two of them, Duguxiu was very surprised. Who are you? Why did you barge into the Black Qilin King's forbidden grounds? After meeting Yi Biming at the Celestial Fox Palace, Yu Shang had done everything she could to find clues to prove that Yi Biming was the reincarnation of the Black Qilin King Yi Xiu. Finally, she remembered that there might be a clue in the Qilin's forbidden land. Hu Yushang, I didn't expect you to be so stupid after being reborn. The high priest snorted. Yushang's expression turned strange. It's you. Are you Yi Xiu's shadow? Shadow? Ha ha ha, that's right. After so many years, I'm just a shadow in the eyes of the world. I don't have a name or an identity. I didn't think anyone would still remember me. The high priest laughed sinisterly and took off his priest robe. Duguxiu, Yushang, and the Grand Magus Doctor exclaimed when they saw the high priestess. It was a person. Merely, his face was riddled with holes. His appearance had been destroyed by someone. As Yi Xiu's shadow, why are you still alive when he's dead? Yushang looked at the high priest in disbelief. The so-called shadow was Yi Xiu's closest shadow guard. He'd been with Yi Xiu since birth and never left his side. Under certain circumstances, the shadow would even act as Yi Xiu's substitute. After Yushang's reminder, everyone realized that the high priest's body shape and voice were similar to Yi Xiu's. If not for Hu Yan, the patriarch wouldn't have died. The high priest's hatred flared when he mentioned Hu Yan. The relationship between the high priest and Yi Xiu was very well hidden. Even Hu Yan and Hu Yushang had only found out about it last. There's a legend in the Black Qilin tribe that if twins appear, it means bad luck. A Qilin is the elder brother, and a Qilin is the younger brother. Qilins are auspicious beasts, while Qilins are beasts of calamity. The elder brother brings hope, while the younger brother brings disaster and disease. The high priest fell into deep thought. He also brought everyone present to a certain night thousands of years ago. That night, the patriarch's wife gave birth to a pair of identical twins. Due to the ancient teachings of the Qilin tribe, the birth of twins would bring misfortune to the tribe. In order to keep this a secret, the patriarch's wife killed the witch doctor who delivered the twins that night. Even the witch doctor's maid was killed on the spot. The patriarch's wife originally wanted to kill the younger twin, but just as she was about to do so, the elder brother, Yi Xiu, started crying. The patriarch's wife was afraid that others would find out, so she could only destroy the younger twin's face and secretly abandon him outside the home of a couple who didn't know about it. The patriarch's wife originally thought that the child would disappear forever just like that. However, she neglected the fact that the child was the same as Yi Xiu. They both had the bloodline of the Black Qilin King. Even though he was born into an ordinary, poor family, he gradually revealed his talent. However, unlike Yi Xiu, his talent in magic was superior. However, due to his appearance, he lived a very humble life. Perhaps it was fate, but when the two brothers were 9 years old, Yi Xiu went out to hunt and coincidentally met his younger brother, who later became the Shadow. The two became very good friends. Yi Xiu didn't mind his ugly appearance and kept his nameless brother by his side as his personal guard. However, when Yi Xiu brought his nameless brother back to the Black Qilin tribe, the patriarch's wife recognized at a glance that this so-called personal guard was the twin brother she had abandoned back then. In order to prevent the matter from being exposed, the patriarch's wife captured him. Only then did the high priest know his identity. The patriarch's wife also discovered the high priest's talent in magic. At the same time, Yi Xiu wasn't willing to let this trusted aide who was like his own brother leave. Helpless, the patriarch's wife threatened him with the lives of his adoptive parents, forcing him to never tell Yi Xiu the truth. Although the high priest hated the patriarch's wife, he had deep feelings for his elder brother, Yi Xiu. In the end, he promised the patriarch's wife that he would never betray Yi Xiu. The high priest had always followed Yi Xiu. The two of them grew from youths to heroic men. Seeing the unparalleled Yi Xiu gradually become the #1 expert among the Bakra orcs, although the high priest was occasionally envious, he was still happy for his elder brother from the bottom of his heart. Together, the two of them conquered territory after territory for the prosperity of the Black Chelan tribe. All of this changed because of Hu Yan's appearance. Yi Xiu betrayed the friendship between us brothers. For that woman, he even forgot the oath we made to unify the Chelan tribe. The high priest, who was immersed in his memories, suddenly changed his expression and his eyes were filled with hatred. Chapter 1386. Celestial Fox People Long Hu Yan was an extraordinary woman. Even Hu Yusheng, who had always been jealous of Hu Yan, had to admit this point. The meeting of Hu Yan and Yi Xiu was a beautiful story in the eyes of some people, but in the eyes of others, it was an ill-fated relationship. Hu Yan was free, and Yi Xiu was unruly. Both of them were top geniuses among the Bakra orcs of their time. However, these two geniuses did not have any sparks in their early days. They only met once when they were 13 or 14 years old, but it was just a fleeting glimpse. It was only until the two of them participated in the Bahuang tribe competition that year. In that Bahuang tribe competition, Yi Xiu and Hu Yan clashed from the start of the competition. In the final core competition, Yi Xiu and Hu Yan fought for 7 days and 7 nights until one of them ran out of magic power and the other ran out of battle chi. Finally, they fought to a draw. At that time, there were rumors that Yi Xiu and Hu Yan would become mortal enemies. However, in the end, Yi Xiu took a fancy to Hu Yan. No matter where Hu Yan went, Yi Xiu would appear there. Initially, Hu Yan was very repulsed, but as time passed, Hu Yan also fell in love with Yi Xiu. It was because of this that the high priest's eyes were filled with venomous hatred when he mentioned Hu Yan. That kind of hatred made everyone present feel a chill in their bones. The high priest and Yi Xiu in their youth could be said to be inseparable. At that time, everyone in the Black Chelan tribe knew that Yi Xiu had a shadow. Although that shadow's appearance was unknown, he was the person closest to Yi Xiu. However, everything changed after Yi Xiu met Celestial Fox People Long Hu Yan. Beside Yi Xiu, Hu Yan appeared. She was afraid of death and did not dare to fight with the humans. She even advised Yi Xiu to coexist peacefully with the humans. Bastards like the humans can only be slaves. The high priest snorted coldly. Once a conflict arose, it was like a prairie fire. Yi Xiu also died in the hands of the humans because of that woman. However, all of this is in the past. After thousands of years of waiting, this day has finally come. The great Chelan king Yeshu is finally returning to the world. The high priest's face was full of excitement after he finished speaking. It's been a few thousand years. Since you're Yi Xiu's shadow, why are you still alive? Although Yu Shang had also died once, she couldn't help but feel a little afraid when she saw the crazy high priest. It's not just your celestial fox tribe that has the miraculous spell to resurrect people from the dead. For thousands of years, I've been relying on seizing other people's bodies to survive. The goal is to revive Yi Xiu. The high priest's ugly face was filled with madness. He had been waiting for this day for thousands of years. His most respected brother, his only master, Yi Xiu, was finally coming back. How is that possible? Yi Xiu has already been revived. Your last disciple is Yi Xiu. If Yi Baiming wasn't Yi Xiu, how could he be so similar to the Black Chelan king of the past? That kid isn't Yi Xiu. Back then, Yi Xiu used part of the Black Chelan king's relic to condense a Chelan holy infant. He inherited Yi Xiu's extraordinary talent and physical body, but he isn't Yi Xiu. If you want him to become a true Yi Xiu, he must merge with two more things. One of them is the Qilin King's heart in his hand. The statue in the high priest's hand made a crisp sound. The soil on the surface peeled off, revealing a bloody heart inside. Even after thousands of years, the heart was still beating faintly. After Yi Xiu's death, the high priest was disheartened. He wanted to follow Yi Xiu several times, but he accidentally discovered in the history books of the Black Qilin tribe that the Qilin King's heart and the Qilin King's relic could revive the ancient Qilin King. Therefore, he secretly hid Yi Xiu's heart. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the Qilin King's relic. The high priest didn't give up. He kept waiting. He waited for the Black Qilin King's relic to descend. He waited for thousands of years until He Linlin found the Black Qilin King's relic in the Dutian blood realm. The high priest also found out that the Black Qilin King's relic had been drawn out by a human martial practitioner. Just as he was investigating the human martial practitioner's identity, Yi Baiming appeared. The high priest discovered that he possessed part of the Qilin King's relic's power from his aura. Yi Baiming was the future successor that the Qilin King had condensed using his own relic's power. In that case, we only need to merge the Qilin King's heart and the Qilin King's relic into Yi Baiming's body. Yu Shang understood the high priest's meaning. Yi Baiming will become Yi Xiu. Only then will Yi Xiu be revived. The high priest didn't enter the Black Qilin Forbidden Grounds immediately because he was waiting for Yi Baiming's return. He knew that when the Qilin Forbidden Grounds opened and the Qilin King's heart and relic appeared, Yi Baiming, as the Qilin Holy Infant, would definitely respond and rush back. That was because his body instinctively called out to him. He must have felt the call of the Qilin King's heart and relic. In a certain part of the sky of the Eight Desolates continent. What's in the Qilin Forbidden Grounds? On the Divine World treasure ship, Yunsheng and He Yao stood on opposite sides. Due to Yi Baiming's abnormal behavior and sudden departure, Yunsheng and He Yao stopped fighting for the time being. Although He Yao wasn't in the Sky Harmony City, he had sensed that the magic array of the Black Qilin Forbidden Grounds had been activated by someone in the Sky Harmony City. With Duga Xiu guarding the Black Qilin Forbidden Grounds, no one should be able to barge in. He Yao tried to contact Duga Xiu, but there was no response. He Yao knew that something must have happened in Sky Harmony City. I don't have the obligation to answer you. He Yao originally wanted to use the magic array or teleport back to Sky Harmony City, but at this time, Yunxing suggested that they use the Divine World treasure ship to rush to Sky Harmony City. Although he was very unwilling to cooperate with Yunxing, after weighing the pros and cons, He Yao decided to compromise for the time being. Seeing that He Yao was so uncooperative, Yunxing's frown deepened. What was wrong with the Night Fox? Yunxing had never seen Yi Baiming acting so abnormally before. Moreover, after Yi Baiming left, Yunxing felt that the Celestial Fox relic in her body was unusually active. The Celestial Fox relic let out a cry from time to time. She could predict that something must have happened in Sky Harmony City, and the Celestial Fox relic was warning them. No matter what, they had to rush to Sky Harmony City as soon as possible. Yunxing's heart thumped, and an unprecedented sense of danger welled up in her heart. Chapter 1387. The treasure ship of the Divine Realm flew above Sky Harmony City. The once prosperous Sky Harmony City was now shrouded in a huge shadow. Wails of agony could be heard in the city. The entire city was like a ghost prison. What is that? Yunsheng and He Yao both saw this scene. It's the magic array of the Forbidden Ground. Someone is using the magic array to revive. What is that? The energy of the Qilin King's relic. He Yao had a dark expression on his face along the way. He finally spoke when he sensed a familiar aura coming from the Qilin Forbidden Land. There was a magic array left behind by the ancient Qilin in the forbidden ground of the Qilin. It was rumored that as long as one gathered the heart of the Qilin race and the Qilin king's relic, they would be able to revive someone. Could it be that their daughter, He Lin, wasn't killed by Yunxing and Yi Baiming? Quick, we have to go in as soon as possible. The ominous feeling in Yunxing's heart grew stronger and stronger. The two of them temporarily put aside their enmity and jumped off the treasure ship toward the forbidden ground of the Qilin. Inside the forbidden ground of the Qilin. What did you do to my body? Yi Baiming, the high priest, and the others were in a stalemate. Since yesterday, Yi Baiming felt as if he had lost control of his body. He was forced to abandon Yunxing and rush to Sky Harmony City alone. He could feel that there was something controlling him from within. Only when he reached the forbidden ground of the Qilin did he realize that the control came from the forbidden ground of the Qilin. Yi Baiming, I'm not controlling you. It's the energy in your body that belongs to the Black Qilin King Yeshio that's calling you. As the holy infant, from the moment you were born, you were destined to take on the responsibility of reviving Yeshio. Behind the high priest was an ancient magic array. Within the magic array, the Qilin King's relic and the Qilin heart were emitting powerful energy. The high priest, great witch doctor, Yu Shang, and Du Xiu were channeling the energy in their bodies into the ancient magic array. Activating an ancient magic array required a large amount of energy. This was why the high priestess needed the help of Du Xiu, Yu Shang, and the others. What *T holy infant? I don't understand what you're talking about. Yi Baiming forcefully stopped himself from moving forward. Come. As long as you enter that ancient magic array, you can completely become a night elementalist and become the most powerful person on the continent. The high priest's voice was like a poisonous snake, but also as alluring as honey. As long as you become a night elementalist, you won't have to fear obsidian anymore. You can call the wind and summon the rain in the mortal world and fulfill the wish that you couldn't fulfill thousands of years ago. Counterattack the boundless world and avenge the Bakra orcs. The high priest chanted. As the high priest chanted, ancient images appeared before Yi Baiming. Thousands of years ago, in the Dutian blood realm, the warriors of the human race and the beast race fought fiercely. At the last moment, the 8 barren divine weapon appeared, and the entire sky was dyed red with blood. Countless beasts were killed, and their heads fell from the sky like stones. The Qilin King Yi Xiu screamed in pain. His mountain-like body was hit by several divine weapons and fell down. Revenge. You must avenge me. Yi Baiming's eyes were bloodshot. Yi Baiming's blood was boiling. Every muscle in his body was screaming as he walked forward step by step. He seemed to feel that he had become a night elementalist. His hatred for the human race and his desire for power were devouring his consciousness bit by bit. His body seemed to become a shell. You are not a night elementalist. You are Yi Baiming. My Yi Baiming. Yunxing's voice was like a sharp arrow that pierced through everything. Yi Baiming's feet stopped. Time seemed to go back several years. Yi Baiming slowly turned his head, and a figure rushed into his arms. Night Fox, we have agreed that wherever you are, I will be there. We have agreed that we will not be separated. Yunxing's body was trembling slightly. I don't care who you are. In my heart, you will always be Yi Baiming, my Night Fox. The short road from Sky Harmony City to the Black Qilin Forbidden Grounds was the longest road Yunxing had walked in her life. Every step felt as long as a lifetime. Yunxing was afraid that she would be too late. When He Yao said that there was an ancient magic array in the Black Qilin Forbidden Grounds that could revive people, Yunxing knew that if she was late, she might lose Yi Baiming forever. When she saw Yi Baiming walking step by step towards the magic array, she felt that her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She was really afraid that once Yi Baiming stepped into the magic array, he would become a different person. Fortunately, she rushed over. Yi Baiming's consciousness returned as if he had seen the clear sun in a fog. It's her. That B** starred. He Yao actually didn't kill her. Yu Shang saw Yunxing, and her eyes were filled with jealousy. Yunxing, you shouldn't have come here. It's impossible between you and Yi Baiming. He is the holy infant formed by the energy of the ancient Qilin King Yi Xiu. From the moment he was born, he was destined to awaken as Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu hates humans the most. You should leave him. Du Xiu looked at Yunxing with a complicated expression. What Yi Xiu and Bai Xiu? That damned Yi Xiu. What ancient forbidden spell? What holy infant? Who does he think he is? Does he think that everything is up to him? I only know that from the day I met this man before me, he was Yi Baiming. No one can take him away from me. Yunxing was completely enraged. She grabbed Yi Baiming tightly with both hands, looking like she was about to explode. Reckless woman. Anyone who tries to stop the Qilin King Yi Xiu's resurrection will only die. Yu Shang, the magic array is almost ready. I know that you have a grudge against this woman. You will deal with her. The high priest sneered. He suddenly extended his claw and appeared in front of Yi Baiming in a flash. High priest, just as Yunxing said, I am Yi Baiming, not Yi Xiu. Therefore, I will not cooperate with you. Whether Yi Xiu is resurrected or not has nothing to do with me. Yi Baiming took a step forward and started fighting with the high priest. Bastard, I didn't think that you would still be standing here alive. That's fine too. The grudge between us should have been settled long ago. Yu Shang smiled seductively and charged at Yunxing. I'm sorry, but I've been wanting to kill you for a long time. Yunxing and Yu Shang's seven tails appeared behind them at the same time. Ha, Yunxing, I'll let you have a taste of the power of puppet control today. Yu Shang's fingertips changed, and magic power condensed into countless spiderweb-like magic threads. With a few sizzling sounds, the magic threads wrapped around Yunxing's hands and feet like needles. Beast King roar. Yunxing was not to be outdone. She let out a sharp cry from her throat. Bang! 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 The magic threads broke instantly. Chapter 1388. She thought that the puppet controlling technique she used to defeat the enemy would be effective, but who would have thought that the puppet controlling technique would be inferior to the Beast King's roar, even though they were both from the Seven Tails inheritance. Bastard, you do have some skills. But even so, you won't be able to escape death today. Yu Shang and the Great Witch Doctor exchanged glances. Divine General Fan Zhen, hear me. The Great Witch Doctor suddenly shouted. With a loud clang, a group of divine soldiers led by a silver-armored divine general charged out with murderous intent. Those divine soldiers and generals were part of Hu Yushang's ambush. Damn it, they were the divine soldiers of the divine world. Yunxing's eyebrows twitched. These divine soldiers were different from the Black Talisman divine soldiers she had encountered earlier. They were at least a level stronger, with the weakest among them being martial emperors. The divine general Fan Zhen was already a peak martial god. Little wild cat. Yi Baiming swooped down and stood in front of Yunxing. Even Yi Baiming couldn't help but frown when he sensed the divine world's divine energy. I didn't expect you to have dealings with the people of the divine world. Even the high priest couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the divine soldiers. Du Xiu's heart tightened as he stared at Yunxing. You'd better get out of the way. The divine soldiers have no eyes. I want to kill that bastard celestial fox. If you want to hurt her, you'll have to step over my dead body. Yi Baiming's right arm trembled, and golden scales appeared on his arm. The air instantly distorted, revealing the divine energy of the divine war halberd. You asked for it. Yu Shang gritted her teeth when she saw Yi Baiming wholeheartedly protecting Yunxing. Kill them. Divine General Fan Zhen roared. His divine soldier's battle intent surged as he swung his heavy sword at the two. Yunxing, don't let go of my hand. Yi Baiming and Yunxing stared at each other in the face of the powerful divine soldiers and divine generals. Their fingers were tightly intertwined. Battle energy and sorcery energy surged like the sun and moon. Yi Baiming and Yunxing charged at the divine soldiers. Cries of battle reverberated through the air. Blood, like red spider lilies on both sides of the river of forgetfulness, bloomed enchantingly. This was a battle between two people against 100 divine soldiers and divine generals. Even though there were only two of them, Yunxing and Yi Baiming were unstoppable. One by one, the divine soldiers fell to the ground, screaming. Good as Xiao looked at the man and woman fighting in the rain of blood. He looked at their hands, which were still clasped together. His expression, Dugu, had a complicated look in his eyes. At that moment, even he didn't know whether he was happy or sad. He was happy because Yi Baiming would die. He was sad because if Yi Baiming died, Yunxing wouldn't live on by herself. He knew that whether Yi Baiming became a Yi Xiao or not, Yunxing would never leave him. Countless magical attacks and the stench of blood filled the air. Yunxing couldn't remember how many people she had killed. The magic scepter in her hand had broken into two because of the repeated attacks. Yi Baiming's hand never let go of her right hand. But she could feel the battle energy in his body fading away. Would they really die in battle? No, that definitely wouldn't be their end. They had to survive. Who allowed you to act so recklessly in the Black Qilin Forbidden Grounds? He Yao roared as he descended from the sky. He looked at the corpse-strewn Forbidden Grounds. He looked at Dugu Xiao, who was standing beside the High Priestess. He looked at the Black Qilin King's heart and the Qilin King's relic. It's you. It's you guys. Obsidian immediately understood what was going on when he saw this. The scene of his daughter He Linlin's tragic death was still vivid in his mind. He had always thought that it was Yi Baiming and Yunxing who had killed He Linlin. He didn't expect that the ones who had killed He Linlin were the High Priestess and Dugu Xiao. Why, Xiao, why did you do this? He Yao was both physically and mentally exhausted. His beloved daughter had died tragically. Yi Baiming wasn't his biological son. He only had Dugu Xiao left in this world. But his only son had actually stabbed him in the back at such a time. Why? He Yao, you've always treated me as a spare chess piece. In your heart, whether it's my mother or I, we can't compare to Li Qingqing and her son. I only cooperated with the High Priestess for my own benefit, Dugu Xiao said calmly to the furious He Yao. A tear fell from He Yao's eye. He Yao had lived in this world for decades. This was the first time he had shed a tear. Only now did he realize that everything he had done for so many years had been wrong. The Forbidden Grounds had been breached. Dugu Xiao had colluded with the High Priestess. He, the so-called patriarch, had been deceived and used from start to finish. He Yao's expression was ice-cold. Qilin battle energy roared madly from his body like a storm. No matter who it is, only death awaits those who dare to cause trouble in the Black Qilin Forbidden Grounds. Both of you, back off. An enormous surge of Qilin battle energy instantly locked onto the many divine soldiers and divine generals present. Time seemed to freeze in an instant. This is... Yunxing and Yi Baiming stopped at the same time. Their gazes rested on He Yao, the patriarch of the Qilin clan. He Yao's figure was like a boundless night sky. His face was filled with rage and despair. Let's end this. This damn thing. A terrifying black hole suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The divine power of the divine soldiers and divine generals was instantly suppressed. Their bodies were devoured by He Yao's terrifying devouring power. The moment he was devoured, He Yao spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned his head in disbelief and saw Duge Xiu standing behind him. Duge Xiu's left hand, the Qilin arm transformed from the halberd of the divine battle god, pierced He Yao's heart. There was a dull thud as He Yao's heart was crushed. His eyes were filled with disbelief as they slowly became lifeless. He Yao had never imagined that he would one day die at the hands of his own son. You are my only son. He Yao fell to the ground unwillingly. As he closed his eyes, he glanced at Yi Baiming. An alluring figure flashed across his mind, and everything fell into darkness. He Yao's body turned cold. Finally, everything returned to normal. A powerhouse of the Bakra orcs, He Yao, the Black Qilin, had fallen. In the Black Qilin forbidden grounds, the divine soldiers and divine generals had been devoured. Both sides had suffered great losses. After killing He Yao, Duge Xiu's face was indifferent. Perhaps this outcome had already been decided the moment he cooperated with the high priest. However, who would have thought that the formidable He Yao would be killed by his own son? Chapter 1389. You killed him. Yi Baiming and Yun Sheng were both exhausted. They couldn't do anything about He Yao's death. How can I become the Black Qilin Patriarch if he's not dead? Duge Xiu's face was cold, as if the person he'd killed wasn't his own father. Even if he's not dead, the position of Black Qilin Patriarch will belong to you. Don't you know that I have nothing to do with He Yao? Yi Baiming didn't feel much sympathy for He Yao's death. He Yao's appearance had helped them resolve the crisis of the divine soldiers. He was thankful for that. What's the point of bickering at a time like this? Those who deserve to die are already dead. It's your turn now. The high priest's scalp-numbing smile fell on Yi Baiming and Yun Sheng. High priest, I've already said that I'm not Yi Xiu. I won't merge the Qilin King Saraira and Qilin King's heart to help Yi Xiu be reborn. Yun Sheng's appearance made Yi Baiming even more determined. The blood that flowed out of the wounds on their hands was warm. Their heartbeats also formed the same rhythm. Yi Baiming's words were also Yun Sheng's words. The reason you refuse to become Yi Xiu is because of that bastard celestial fox beside you. Alright, since that's the case, I'll make you give up completely. The high priest suddenly disappeared. A hideous black figure with a disfigured face appeared in the sky above the forbidden area. He looked abnormally evil, and a murderous aura emanated from him. He opened his large hand. Like a mountain, his large hand broke through the air and forcefully separated Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming. Yun Sheng was sucked into the palm of that huge hand. In an instant, Yun Sheng felt as though her Dharma soul had been frozen, unable to move. Let her go. The high priestess bent her fingers slightly. Her large hand was like a cage. In an instant, Yun Sheng's limbs began to creak. There was the sound of clothes being torn apart. How dare you? High priest. Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu felt their souls tremble. They all knew that as long as the high priest used a little more, Yun Sheng's body would probably explode. At the thought of Yun Sheng's tragic death, both of them felt as if their hearts were being twisted by a knife. High priestess, what are you hesitating for? Kill that bastard. She's the one who's been hindering Yi Xiu's rebirth time and time again. Yu Shang, on the other hand, was extremely excited. She couldn't wait to see Yun Sheng split into pieces and be beheaded. Yi Baiming, listen carefully. I order you to enter the magic array and fuse with the Qilin King's heart and the Qilin King's Sarira. If you hesitate for even a second, I will break her hand. If you hesitate for even a second, I will twist her head off. I don't want to destroy such a beautiful woman. The High Priestess's tone was sinister. As the shadow of the ancient Qilin King, the High Priestess's strength was comparable to Yi Xiu's in the past. Needless to say, after thousands of years of accumulation, the High Priestess had used the Beast God altar to obtain a lot of mysterious power. Night Fox, don't agree to it. Yunsheng endured the bone-shattering pain and groaned. If Night Fox walked into the magic array, she would really lose her. Yi Baiming, why aren't you doing it? Do you want to kill her? Duge Xiu rushed forward like an enraged lion. Scram! Yi Baiming roared and exhaled with difficulty. Little wild cat, I'm sorry. I have to go back on my word this time. He couldn't bear to see the little wild cat being humiliated and tortured by the High Priestess. Yi Baiming walked towards the ancient magic array. No! Yunxing used the last of her strength and screamed at the top of her lungs. Seeing that Yi Baiming had already walked into the magic array, the High Priestess's eyes turned red and she retracted her hand. Die, woman who gets in the way. But just as he was about to make a move, a powerful magic wave exploded from Yunxing's body. Old man, do you really think that you can kill me? That bone-chilling voice made the High Priestess's body stiffen. His fingers were pried open one by one. Boom! A ball of light pierced the High Priestess's eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Yunsheng was already a few feet away. But her? Was she still Yunsheng? It was a sacred and pure aura. The High Priestess, Yi Baiming, and everyone else, including Duge Xiu, felt that power. In the sky, Yunsheng's clothes were already dyed red with blood. Cracking sounds came from her body. Her broken bones were constantly regenerating, and her bleeding wounds had already coagulated. That is... Yushang's heart trembled. Her gaze fell on Yunsheng's body. At this time, Yunsheng's blood-stained clothes had already disappeared. She was wearing a snow-white battle armor. At this moment, Yunsheng was like a goddess of war draped in ancient divine armor. The cold wind in the forbidden area blew her long hair, revealing her face that was even more sacred than snow and jade. At that moment, everyone stopped breathing. At that moment, Yunsheng's beauty was so pure and flawless that it could topple all living things. Behind her, 8 foxtails were very eye-catching. Even the likes of Yushang and He Linlin paled in comparison to her. Impossible. How could she break through at this time? That is the divine armor formed by the 8-tailed celestial fox's inheritance. She actually broke through. No, this is impossible, Yushang muttered to herself. She stared at Yunsheng as if she had seen the most unbelievable thing. No one had expected that the 8-tailed celestial fox's inheritance that Yunsheng had studied bitterly for months to no avail would be broken through by Yunsheng at this time. This woman was like a legend. No matter when, she would come back from the brink of death. The High Priestess's eyes were also bloodshot. He stared at Yunsheng, as if he saw another shadow in her. Many years ago, there was also a woman wearing the celestial fox divine armor who stood at the peak of the continent. That face, that temperament, it was exactly the same. For a moment, the High Priestess couldn't tell whether the person in front of him was Yunsheng or Hu Yan, who should have died thousands of years ago. Celestial Fox Relic. You have Hu Yan's Celestial Fox Relic in your body. You are Hu Yan. The High Priestess's voice was filled with madness. But so what if you are Hu Yan? Ha ha ha, Yi Xiu hates you to the core. Once that man becomes Yi Xiu, the first thing he will do will be to kill you. Oh, is there really no way to salvage the situation? I don't think so. A smile appeared on Yunxing's face. With that, she looked at the magic array. Suddenly, her figure flashed as she charged toward it. But when the high priestess saw what Yunxing was doing, shock surfaced on his ugly face. Chapter 1390. Yunxing only made one move. In an instant, she released all the mana in her body. Like Earth crashing into Mars, she crashed into the ancient magic array. When the high priest saw Yunxing's actions clearly, he immediately understood. That woman wanted to destroy the ancient magic array. Stop her. The high priest panicked. But at that moment, Yunxing landed in a sturdy arm. Little wildcat, I'm really flattered that you're throwing yourself into my arms like this. The man's doting voice lingered in her ears. Yunxing looked up and realized that Yi Baiming had blocked her attack. Night Fox, didn't you already? Yunxing looked at the ancient magic array and realized that the Qilin King's heart and the Qilin King Sarira were still intact. Silly girl, I'm worried about leaving you alone. Yi Baiming glanced at Duguxiu. Yi Baiming, how dare you trick me? The high priest didn't expect Yi Baiming to be faking it. Unrepentant fool. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're the holy infant. Whatever Yi Xiu can give you, I can take back. The high priest's gaze sharpened as he clenched his fingers. The ancient magic array emitted a dazzling black light. The ancient magic array was like a black whirlpool, forming a strong suction force. Yi Baiming felt the blood in his body flow backward. His body flew toward the ancient magic array. His flesh was swept up by the ancient magic array's energy, and a portion of it was forcefully torn away. Ungrateful thing. Who do you think gave you talent? Who gave you a heaven-defying physique? Since you don't know how to cherish it, I'll peel off your flesh inch by inch today. The high priest sneered and flew over. Remember, your body will never be able to resist the call of the Qilin King Sarira and the Qilin King's heart. Night Fox. Yunxing grabbed Yi Baiming's hand. However, the suction force of the magic array was too strong. Yunxing was directly sucked into the magic array. Yunxing. Seeing that Yunxing was about to be implicated, Duguxiu flew forward and grabbed Yunxing's hand. At this critical moment, the high priest suddenly paused. The ground shook violently, and a pinkish color and a black color burst out from the ground. Dark Sun. It's all your fault for being so slow. Hurry up and save Master and that Qilin brat. Popo and Ming Ri's sudden appearance shocked the high priest and the others. You are Underworld God. Even the high priest was horrified when he saw the son of the underworld that was filled with the aura of death. This was the true god of the underworld, a fiend from the underworld. Ming Ri's handsome brows furrowed, looking like he was having a headache. He had promised the four cardinal divinity that he would not interfere with the affairs of the mortal world and Popo. However, in order to save Yunxing and Yi Baiming, Popo went straight to the underworld palace. She cried, threw a tantrum and threatened to hang herself. If Ming Ri didn't help her, she would. She would ignore Ming Ri for the rest of her life. In desperation, Ming Ri had no choice but to rush over. Yes, he is Underworld God. Underworld God, as a member of the underworld, you disobeyed the rules of the God realm and interfered with the affairs of the mortal world. Aren't you afraid of the God Emperor's reprimand? The great witch doctor also recognized Ming Ri. So what if I interfered? You can go to the God realm and complain. Ming Ri gave the great witch doctor a cold stare. Who in the world would dare to complain about the underworld god? If they really did, the consequences would be severe. Except for Popo and Ming Ri, even if the people of the mortal world wanted to complain, there was no door to heaven. Popo, remember, don't do it again. Ming Ri waved his sleeves and rolled Yunsheng and the others over. Wait, just two. The life and death of these cats and dogs can't be counted in the favor of this world god. Popo wouldn't ask Ming Ri for help if she hadn't been forced to the point of burning eyebrows. She saw Duguxiu at a glance. With a kick of her long legs, she directly kicked Duguxiu away and rolled into the magic array. Underworld god, do you really want to interfere in the affairs of the mortal world? The high priest avoided Ming Ri and didn't dare to stop him for a while. So what if I interfere? This world god will not only interfere, but also take them away. Remember, if you do too much injustice, you will die. The mortal world is not a place where you can hide the sky with one hand. Ming Ri said and disappeared with Popo and Yunsheng and Yi Baiming in the magic array. High priest, are you just going to let them leave? Yu Shang was about to kill Yunsheng and revive Yi Xiu, but the son of the underworld suddenly appeared and snatched Yi Xiu away. She was even more furious. Even underworld god has taken action. Do you still want me to snatch them from him? However, most of Yi Baiming's flesh and blood have been absorbed by the magic array. He will be a cripple in the future. Keeping him alive will only prolong his feeble existence. As for that celestial fox, she won't have many good days either, the high priest said viciously. High priest. Look at the magic array behind us. Yu Shang and the high priest only paid attention to Ming Ri and the others. Only the great witch doctor noticed the drastic change in the magic array. Just now, when Bobo had kicked Duguxiu into the magic array, he hadn't thought that Duguxiu would be able to survive inside the magic array. As soon as Duguxiu entered the magic array began to change rapidly. Inside the magic array, the ancient Qilin King's heart and King Qilin Saraira shone brightly. Duguxiu's body was constantly absorbing the energy fluctuations in the magic array. Could it be? The high priest was shocked by this unbelievable scene. How can this be? Isn't it said that only the Qilin Holy Infant can merge the Qilin King Saraira and King Qilin's heart? Why is the magic array changing like this? Yu Shang asked curiously. It must be the will of the heavens. It must be because of Yi Baiming's flesh and blood that was absorbed by the magic array. Ha ha ha, so what? Yi Xiu's resurrection is a fact that even the heavens can't reverse. The high priest laughed maniacally. The part of Yi Baiming's flesh and blood inside the magic array had been absorbed by Duguxiu's body. Under the magic array's transformation, Duguxiu's figure had long disappeared. A brand new body was taking shape. Countless amounts of energy gushed out of the King Qilin Saraira and transformed Duguxiu's body. A huge body that looked like a mirage gradually took shape. A pair of red eyes flickered in the magic array like red lanterns. A powerful ancient energy rushed into the sky. The entire 8 Desolates continent changed colors because of it. The ancient King Qilin, Yi Xiu, had finally been resurrected after thousands of years. Chapter 1391. With the help of Ming Ri, Popo, Yunsheng, and the others finally escaped from the jaws of death and returned to the boundless land. With the help of the magic array, they arrived at the entrance of a relay station near the Dutian Blood Realm. Popo, this time, I have already disobeyed the will of Mother Goddess and saved their lives for you. However, the calamity of the human world has not ended. An even greater crisis is approaching. Ming Ri turned his head to look at the sky. He saw the clouds roiling in the sky above bloody sky metropolis Jia. The clouds had already turned the color of blood. A black bolt of lightning flashed across the sky like a dragon. Ming Ri's brows were tightly knitted together. I know. Whatever calamity, I will deal with it myself. Popo waved her hand. Night Fox. Yunsheng supported Yi Baiming. As a large amount of flesh was directly absorbed by the magic array, Yi Baiming looked terrible now. Half of his body had almost turned into white bones, and his handsome face was almost completely destroyed. Seeing Yi Baiming in such a state, no matter how strong Yunxing was, she could not help but cry. If an ordinary person became like this, they would have died long ago. However, Yi Baiming relied on his strong willpower to hold on. "Little wild cat, don't cry. I'm fine." Just as he finished speaking, Yi Baiming spat out a mouthful of blood. He coughed violently and vomited out a black blood clot. Seeing all this, Yunxing and Popo's faces turned even uglier. "Ming Ri, quickly think of a way. Qilin kid won't die, right? I want you to save a living person. What's the meaning of you saving a half-dead one?" Popo had the urge to strangle Ming Ri. If not for Ming Ri's unwillingness to save people, she would not have waited until that time to save her master and Qilin kid. In her impression, Qilin kid was a cockroach that could not be killed. He had never been in such a situation. More than half of his Qilin flesh was devoured. If it wasn't for the life and death talisman in his body, he would have died long ago. At this time, even if the immortals came to the world, they wouldn't be able to save him. Ming Ri looked at Yi Baiming and shook his head. Even a god of the god realm would find it difficult to survive if more than half of his divine body was devoured, let alone Yi Baiming. But from the looks of it, this man was really a tough guy. Even Ming Ri couldn't help but look at Yi Baiming in a new light. "Is there no other way?" Bo looked worried. She knew that if anything happened to Yi Baiming, Master would definitely. "No, there must be a way." There were still tears in Yunxing's eyes. She hugged Yi Baiming tightly and stared at the son of the underworld without blinking. There seemed to be an irresistible force in her eyes, causing Ming Ri's heart to tremble. This woman. God of the underworld, why don't you tell them about that method? Just as Ming Ri was hesitating, a voice came from Yunxing's body. "Ji Romo." Yunxing was shocked. She took out the Heaven's Mandate mirror from the beast language ring. Ji Romo, who had been unconscious for a while, woke up again. It was just that he didn't expect that so many things would happen while he was unconscious. Ji Romo had long felt that there was something wrong with the high priest. It was just that he didn't expect that the high priest was actually Yi Xiu's shadow guard. Even if that method will cause his soul to scatter, you still want to try it. Ming Ri saw Ji Romo and knew that he couldn't hide the matter anymore. As the top light magic genius in the boundless continent, Ji Romo had dabbled in a lot of things. It was unknown how he found out about the secret method of the underworld. Ming Ri pondered for a moment and said faintly. Even as the god of the underworld, he felt that that method was cruel. "I'm willing." The one who answered Ming Ri was Yi Baiming. He laughed bitterly. His eyes were already blurred by blood, but he could feel that Yunxing, who was beside him, was crying. As long as he could make Yunxing smile again, he was willing to do anything. He is the holy infant that Yi Xiu created with the power of the Qilin King's relic. He has no father or mother. Besides the Qilin King's relic, he was also nurtured by the Qilin King's body. Just now, I didn't feel Yi Xiu's corpse in the Qilin Forbidden Land. If I'm not wrong, the real corpse of the Qilin King should still be in the Dutian blood realm. Ming Ri hesitated for a while, but still decided to help Yi Baiming under Bo's threatening gaze. However, he asked Yunxing and the others to find Yi Xiu's corpse first. Only when they found Yi Xiu's corpse could Ming Ri use hellfire to rebuild Yi Baiming's bones and flesh. Logically speaking, the corpse of the ancient Qilin King Yi Xiu should be buried in the Qilin tomb. No, back then, I entered the Qilin tomb. There was only the Qilin King's relic, but there was no corpse of the Qilin King. Yi Baiming remembered very clearly that there was no corpse of the Qilin king Yi Xiu in the huge Qilin tomb. Why don't we ask Gufeng? The new Dutian blood seal he's in now is above the old Qilin tomb, Yunxing suggested. Everyone walked in the direction of the Dutian blood seal together. Gufeng didn't expect that he would see Yunxing again so soon. However, the person who came with Yunxing surprised Gufeng. Not to mention the man standing with Bobo, just a look from that man made Gufeng have the urge to faint. Also, what was with the bloody Yi Baiming with Yunxing? Wasn't that kid always so strong that it made people's hair stand on end? Was it always others who were abused by him? Also, the strangest thing was that Yunxing had brought the Heaven's Mandate mirror that should have been broken. Ji Romo was alive again. Gufeng, I don't have time to talk to you so much for the time being. Under your feet should be the ancient Qilin tomb. You've been here for so long. Have you found the corpse of the ancient Qilin king? Yunxing asked anxiously. As the Dutian blood seal was once damaged, Gufeng reconstructed the new Dutian blood seal with the power of light. It was located at the original location of the Qilin tomb. No, I'm already very familiar with this area. I can be sure that the corpse of the Qilin king isn't here. Gufeng shook his head. This is troublesome. Without the corpse of the Qilin king, even I can't save him. Ming Ri was also helpless. Everyone knew that Yi Xiu had fallen in the Dutian blood world in the battle between the human race and the Bakra orcs. His corpse was not in the Qilin tomb. The Dutian blood world was so big. Where should they find Yi Xiu's corpse? At this moment, the celestial fox relic in Yunxing's body floated out of Yunxing's body and emitted a soft light. It was like a bright lamp, guiding the way in front of Yunxing. Everyone, follow me. Yunxing seemed to know something and led everyone in the direction of the celestial fox relic. Chapter 1392. After passing through a passage, a graveyard appeared in front of everyone. Several years had passed. Even though the Dutian blood world had undergone earth-shaking changes. The Dutian blood seal had also been rebuilt, but this celestial fox tomb still maintained its original appearance. The statue of Hu Yan was still standing there. This is the celestial fox tomb. Master, we found the corpse of Yi Xiu. Why did we come to the celestial fox tomb to look for it? Bobo looked around. I suspect that Yi Xiu's skeleton is here. Yunxing looked at the celestial fox Sarira that had been hovering in front of Hu Yan's statue. But master, didn't you say that Yi Xiu and Hu Yan had broken up? It was also because of this that Yi Xiu issued an ancient forbidden curse that cursed celestial fox and black Qilin to never be together. How could their skeletons be together? Bobo remembered very clearly that it was that damned ancient forbidden curse that caused Master and Qilin to suffer so much. Even so. Yunxing looked at Hu Yan's statue. Different from the statue in the Dutian Fox Temple, this statue of Hu Yan in the Celestial Fox Tomb did not have the majesty of the Celestial Fox people. Hu Yan's eyes were full of sorrow as she looked ahead stubbornly. In front. Yi Xiu's skeleton may be in front. Yunxing followed Hu Yan's line of sight and looked over. She and Bobo followed Hu Yan's line of sight and found an open space and dug down. They dug until they were dozens of meters deep. Found it. Master, there really is a skeleton here. Bobo saw the skeleton of a beast. In terms of shape, this skeleton was very large, far larger than most of the skeletons of magical beasts that Yunxing and the others knew. And after thousands of years, not only did the skeleton not become brittle, the skeleton was very complete. Its shape was perfect, and every bone was like a black diamond. There was also a flow of energy in the skeleton. This is indeed the skeleton of the ancient Qilin king. Ming Ri went forward to check and said with certainty. With the remains of King Qilin, he could think of a way to rebuild Yi Baiming's body. Yunxing glanced at Hu Yan's statue. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but when the skeleton was unearthed, the statue's eyes seemed to soften a lot. Yi Baiming, I need to remind you of something. Your body is very weak right now. Even a normal attack could take your life, not to mention the 9-layered hellfire that the underworld uses to purify evil spirits. If you don't refine it properly, your soul may scatter. Ming Ri once again asked Yi Baiming before he began to cast Yi Baiming's bones and flesh. Underworld God, thank you for your reminder. No one knows my current situation better than I do. Even though we have already escaped from the 8 Desolates mainland, the High Priest will not let this matter rest. If I can't become stronger than before, I won't be able to protect the people I love. I think you can empathize with me on this point. For her, even if my soul scatters, I won't hesitate. Yi Baiming said indifferently. After listening to Yi Baiming's words, Ming Ri's eyes flashed slightly, and there was a hint of approval in his eyes. This man was worthy of being the person chosen by Yi Xiu. Even if he didn't have a tyrannical body, he had a strong willpower that could destroy the world. Perhaps, even the gods were afraid of the 9-layered hellfire. He could survive it. When Ming Ri and Yi Baiming were talking, Yunxing just stood in the distance. She couldn't hear what the two were talking about, and Yunxing didn't need to know what they were talking about. That was a conversation that belonged to the men. Master, don't worry. Ming Ri won't harm the Qilin boy. Bo Bo said softly. Yes, no matter what he does, I will stand by his side. Yunxing also made up her mind, and there was more determination in her eyes. Everyone, I will take Yi Baiming to the 9-layered hell. That is the ghost prison of the underworld, and ordinary people can't enter. In order to preserve Yi Baiming's physical strength as much as possible, Ming Ri supported him with one hand. We will go too. Yunxing and Bo Bo said in unison. Yunxing had a strong dark soul in her body, and Bo Bo was a world god in the mortal world. The two of them could barely avoid being eroded by the ghost chi in the 9-layered hell. Looking at the two's concerned eyes, Ming Ri pondered for a moment, and with a gust of wind, he took the 3 of them into the 9-layered ghost prison of the underworld. Yunxing only felt darkness in front of her eyes, and the gloomy wind that was rolled up by Ming Ri's sleeve was bone-chilling. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in the middle of the hellfire. Around her, there were countless blood-red iron chains hanging. The black and purple flames were burning the bodies of the ghosts that were chained by the iron chains. The 9-layered hell was the place where the mortal world, the divine world, and the underworld punished sinners. The hellfire here would not be extinguished all year round. Ming Ri took Yunxing and the other 2 and fell into the deepest part of the 9-layered hell. Over there, the fire soared into the sky, and the evil aura was so thick that it made people feel suffocated. You guys stay here. No matter what happens later, you guys are not allowed to go down. Ming Ri added a magic barrier beside the 2 of them. Then, he took Yi Baiming and stood in the air above the sea of fire. Fusing with the skeleton of the ancient Qilin king is a very painful process. Whether you can endure it or not, it depends on your own willpower. Ming Ri rolled up his sleeve, and the black skeleton of the Qilin king fell into the sea of fire. The purplish-black hellfire turned into a tongue of fire and swallowed the skeleton. Go! Ming Ri used his evil aura to wrap Yi Baiming up and sent him into the sea of fire. Inside the magic array, Yunxing was so nervous that her body stiffened. Bo Bo held Yunxing's hand tightly. Only Bo Bo knew that her usually strong-willed master would only reveal her weak side in the face of the Qilin brat. In the flames, Yi Baiming's body was quickly swallowed by the flames. What kind of pain was that? It was as if his soul was about to be destroyed. At this time, the Kylan bone had been melted into molten iron by the ghost fire. The temperature of the entire 9-layered hell was even hotter than 10 suns burning together. Ming-Ri kept chanting. A large amount of yin qi rushed out of his body and merged into the 9-layered hellfire. Crack, crack, crack. At this time, Yi Baiming's flesh and blood had almost completely melted. He was no longer in human form. In the fire, only a brightly colored magic soul was still emitting a dim light. Woo, Yunxing finally couldn't bear it anymore. She bit down on her lips. In her mouth, there was a strong taste of blood. Even Bobo was shocked to see this. Yi Baiming, I know you can hear me. The next step is the most important. If you can endure it, you can be reborn. At this step, Ming-Ri's expression became serious. He closed his 5 fingers and slowly moved Yi Baiming's magic soul on the skeleton of the Kylan king in the sea of fire, trying to fuse the two together. Chapter 1393. The Qilin King's skeleton, which had been melted into liquid by the 9-fold ghost fire, merged with Yi Baiming's spirit soul. When she first came into contact with Yi Baiming's spirit soul, Yunxing clearly saw the Qilin King's skeleton reject it. Boom! The skeleton that had been dead for many years seemed to have come alive. A terrifying aura shook the entire 9-fold hell. The fire burned even more fiercely. Even Yunxing and Bobo, who were in the magic formation, could feel the repulsion. The Qilin King's skeleton continued to resist for more than an hour. These 2 hours felt as long as a lifetime. In this hour, Yi Baiming's spirit soul, which had been dim, grew stronger. In contrast, the Qilin King's skeleton's resistance weakened. In the end, the spirit soul and the skeleton fused together. The 9-fold ghost fire was still burning. The Qilin King's skeleton enveloped Yi Baiming's spirit soul. The fusion of spirit and bone caused a vigorous vitality to radiate from the skeleton. Ming-Ri's eyes lit up. With a roar, the 9-fold ghost fire transformed into 9-fire WIRMS. The 9-fire WIRMS howled as they charged toward the newly born Qilin King's skeleton. Boom! The 9-fire WIRMS exploded. At this moment, the Qilin King's skeleton underwent a strange change. Tiny blood-red veins grew on the originally black skeleton, as if the earth had recovered in spring. Those tiny veins grew from thin to thick. Then, new muscles that were forged by flames also grew. It was a very strange process. After a hellish baptism, Yi Baiming perfectly fused his spirit soul and the Qilin King's skeleton in about an hour. Although she knew that more than half of the process was successful, Yunxing didn't make a sound during the entire process. She didn't even know that her bloody lips had split open. Bo, who was watching from the side, sighed inwardly. As expected, the word love was the most misleading. She had never seen such a master. 3 hours later, a surging baleful aura swept out from the purple-black flames. Ming-Ri's eyebrows twitched, and his eyes were filled with shock. He seemed to have created something incredible. He didn't know what kind of impact this would have on the mortal, divine, and netherworld realms in the future. But now that things had come to this, it was too late for Ming-Ri to regret. It's done. Everyone cheered. Yunxing couldn't help but hold her breath as she looked at the figure walking out of the fire step by step. With every step the man took, the ghostly flames within the 9-fold ghost prison would tremble, and an indescribably terrifying might covered the heavens and earth, causing the entire 9-fold ghost prison to twist. But just as Yunxing and Popo were overjoyed, a strange scene occurred. Yi Baiming, who had already walked out of the will-o'-the-wisp, suddenly stopped. He suddenly let out an angry roar, and with a shake of his body, he turned into a golden Qilin. Inside its body, a new wave of Do Qi soared into the sky. Yi Baiming's body also emitted rays of golden light, and his entire person was like a scorching sun, bathed in golden light. The flames of the ninefold hell were extinguished as if a bucket of water had been poured over them. What's wrong? Seeing Yi Baiming's sudden change, Yunxing thought that something had happened, and anxiously asked Popo and Ming Ri. Ming Ri and Popo also revealed strange expressions at the same time. Master, the Qilin boy seems to be breaking through after casting his bones and growing his muscles. He seems to be breaking through to become a demigod. After hesitating for a moment, Popo made a smacking expression. Yes, after fusing with the Qilin King bone and the nine hell's ghostly flames, he intends to break through to become a demigod. This boy is actually breaking through in my ninefold hell, this is really. Ming Ri, the god of the underworld, felt a headache coming on as he looked at the extinguished hellfire. What? Night Fox is breaking through. Regardless of whether it was in the Boundless Land or the Eight Wastelands land, Yunxing knew that the highest realm for a magician was the Dharma god, and the highest realm for a warrior was the martial god. But above that, above the martial god and Dharma god was the demigod. Since they had broken through the limits of humans and magical beasts, and possessed a body that was close to the divine body, their lifespan and physical strength would increase by another level after breaking through to the demigod realm. As Yi Baiming broke through to the demigod realm at the last minute, the evil aura of the ninefold hell was suddenly sucked dry. Ming Ri had no choice but to urgently mobilize the netherworld guards to suppress the evil spirits in the ninefold hell. Then, another 3 days and 3 nights passed. Yunxing and Popo did not sleep or rest as they waited in the ninefold hell for Yi Baiming to break through to the demigod realm. For most of the time, Yi Baiming's body did not fluctuate at all, but his body emitted waves of evil aura. Finally, on the morning of the 4th day, the golden light in Yi Baiming's body shone brightly. As the golden light was too intense, Yunxing and Popo had no choice but to leave the ninefold hell. In the morning, Yunxing heard a series of footsteps amidst the moist fog. When she saw the man walking out of the fog, she felt her breath catch in her throat. His wheat-colored skin flashed with a metallic luster. The man who had remolded his bones and regenerated his muscles was as lofty as a mountain. There was a familiar smile at the corner of his mouth, and the woman's haggard appearance was reflected in his bottomless black eyes. Night Fox. Yunxing forgot herself and pounced forward, hugging Yi Baiming tightly. Her face was pressed against his chest, and she could feel his strong heartbeat and bouncy muscles. All of this was so familiar. Cough cough, dear master, see no evil, hear no evil. You can say whatever you want, but can you wait for the Qilin boy to put on his clothes first? Ah, Ming asterisk, you big bastard, what are you doing? Popo was secretly admiring the Qilin boy's figure, but who knew that Ming Ri's face was gloomy as he covered Popo's eyes. If you want to look, look at me. Ming Ri said in a strange voice. What's there to look at? Besides, didn't we take a bath together when we were young? Popo's words stopped abruptly. Popo had already been dragged to a corner by Ming Ri for enlightenment education. Yunxing's hand moved downwards. Suddenly, she felt something. Yunxing then realized that Yi Baiming had actually come out naked. The fire of the ninefold hell had already burned his entire body clean, and not even a piece of cloth was left. Night Fox, you're acting like a hooligan. Yunxing was so angry that she hit Yi Baiming fiercely. Little wild cat, before I put on my clothes, don't you want to tell me why Ji Rumo is alive again? Unexpectedly, Yi Baiming's first sentence after being reborn from the fire was actually, Yunxing's smile froze on her face. Even a fool could hear that Yi Baiming's words were choking with jealousy. This damn Night Fox, at this time, he actually had the mood to be jealous. Chapter 1394. Under Yi Baiming's threat, Yunsheng had no choice but to tell Yi Baiming about what happened in the Eight Wastelands Tower. Actually, Night Fox, Ji Romo is a good person. He helped me a lot. If it wasn't for him, I might not have been able to get out of the Eight Wastelands Tower. Yunsheng glanced at Night Fox carefully. Since that's the case, I'll go change my clothes first, Yi Baiming said nonchalantly after hearing what she said and walked away lightly. Yunsheng heaved a sigh of relief. She thought that Yi Baiming would have a 3-hall meeting. Where's the Heavenly Fate mirror? Yi Baiming, you actually stole my mirror. Yunsheng touched it and realized that the beast language ring on her hand had disappeared. Somewhere in the ghost palace, Yi Baiming changed his clothes and threw the Heavenly Fate mirror to the side. Come out. Should I call you Ji Romo or Penglai of Gojoseon? Yi Baiming stretched his long legs and leaned against the wall. He knocked the Heavenly Fate mirror against the wall without holding back. Then I should call you Prince Regent or Yi Baiming. Ji Romo appeared in the Heavenly Fate mirror. The two peerless men stared at each other coldly. They didn't like each other. Ji Romo, there are some things that we should make clear as soon as possible. I'm a very petty person. My woman doesn't like others coveting her. Yi Baiming went straight to the point and made it clear. Yunsheng didn't have any special feelings for Ji Romo, but Yi Baiming was a little unhappy when he thought about how his little wild cat would have to carry such a broken mirror around with her in the future. But I allow you to protect her. Yi Baiming suddenly changed the topic. Ji Romo wanted to refute, but Yi Baiming's sudden change of topic caught Ji Romo off guard. You, allow me to stay by Yunsheng's side. Ji Romo thought that with Yi Baiming's personality, he would either smash the Heavenly Fate mirror or throw it into a corner after learning of his existence. But he actually said that he would allow him to protect Yunsheng. Don't misunderstand. I'm only allowing you to protect her. You can't have any other thoughts. You're different from Dugaxiu. The way you look at little wild cat is very pure. You just want her to be happy. If there comes a day when I can't take care of her, I hope that you can temporarily replace me to protect her and the people around her, Yi Baiming said meaningfully. Why would you? Ji Romo had always thought that love between people couldn't tolerate a grain of sand, but Yi Baiming. What was this man thinking? I'm just taking precautions. There's no need to tell her what's between us. Let's just treat it as a secret we shared before. But under normal circumstances, I should protect my woman myself. Yi Baiming smiled. Something flashed in his eyes. When Yunsheng came to him angrily and questioned Yi Baiming, he actually handed over the Heavenly Fate mirror as if nothing had happened. He actually didn't smash it or throw it away. Did Night Fox take the wrong medicine? Yunsheng was suspicious. She turned the Heavenly Fate mirror over and over again. After confirming that there was no problem, she kept the mirror. Little wild cat, we've been in the underworld for a while. It's time to return to the boundless land. I feel that the High Priestess won't let this matter rest. Yi Baiming told Yunsheng that he seemed to have felt something the moment he broke through to the demigod realm. Just as Yunsheng, Yi Baiming, and Bo bid farewell to the underworld and returned to the mortal realm, they still rode the 4-way Hell Flood Dragon this time. Little Qilin, we really had a narrow escape this time. Master and I were almost scared to death by you. Bo looked at her master, who had returned to normal with a smile. She liked this kind of master even more. Lord Bo, there's a situation up ahead. At this moment, the 4-way Hell Flood Dragon had already entered the mortal realm. However, just as the 4-way Hell Flood Dragon was about to find a place to land, it suddenly made an uneasy sound. What's wrong? Bo, Yunsheng, and the others looked up ahead. In the vast sky, there were 8 stars that looked like bloody holes hanging in the sky. That's Yunsheng and Yi Baiming both noticed the 8 bloody stars. It was daytime at the moment, but the 8 blood stars hung high in the sky. Under their contrast, even the sun seemed dimmer. When stars appeared in daytime, things would move in the opposite direction. There must be a demon. Something's wrong. Did you notice that the 8 stars are moving? Yunsheng, Yi Baiming, and Bo all noticed that the 8 bloody stars that suddenly appeared in the sky were slowly moving in a certain direction. That direction was the direction of the Dutian blood realm. In the Dutian blood realm, Gufeng sat in the Dutian blood seal. He raised his head and looked at the 8 bloody stars in the sky. His brows were tightly knitted together. Inside his body, the light Dharma soul issued a warning. On the same day, in the entire boundless continent, all the citizens, including Dong Huangling, abandoned, and the magic elite camp all saw the 8 stars in the sky. The boundless continent was in chaos. The citizens walked onto the streets and pointed at the bloody stars in the sky. The light of the bloody stars grew stronger day by day. Gradually, even the light of the sun and the moon were covered by them. The entire continent became indistinguishable from day and night. The stars in the sky gradually disappeared, leaving only the 8 bloody stars. At this moment, in the 8 desolate continents beast god altar, the high priest led a few priests of the beast god altar, along with Yushang and the martial doctor. Each of them held an 8 desolates dark artifact. It's been thousands of years. We've waited for thousands of years. The Bakra orcs of the boundless continent are finally back. On the main altar of the beast god altar, a man who looked like the king of the night stood with his hands by his side. He had fiery red hair, sharp brows, and a pair of eagle eyes that were filled with murderous intent. His tall and rugged figure made him look like the king of the night. He exuded a domineering aura that could destroy the world. He was Duga Xiu, but not the Duga Xiu of the past. He was Duga Xiu, the new patriarch of the Black Qilin clan, who had fused the heart of the Qilin king and the Sarira of the Qilin king from the ancient magic array. That kick had inadvertently created a brand new Duga Xiu. Even the high priest didn't expect that Duga Xiu would be able to fuse with the body of the ancient Qilin that only Yi Baiming could inherit. In the short span of 3 days and 3 nights, Yi Baiming was reborn under the burning of the 9-layered hellfire. At the same time, Duga Xiu was reborn in the 8 wastelands and became the new leader of the Black Qilin tribe. Chapter 1395. Duga Xiu. What do you want? Jiu Wan, Di, Biming, and the other clan leaders of the Chinese tribe were imprisoned because they refused to work with Duga Xiu. Foolish beast clans, I want to lead the Bakra orcs to rebuild their glory. Those who obey me will live, and those who oppose me will die. If you don't want to join the Crusade army, your clans and loved ones will die. After his rebirth, Duga Xiu was so powerful that it made people's hair stand on end. Lu, Zi, Li Pa, Lu Yunshuang, and the others had no choice but to retreat to their respective tribes. There are 8 stars in the sky formed by the 8 barons of darkness divine weapon. In another 12 hours, when the 8 stars form a line, the Dutian blood seal will be destroyed by the 8 barons of darkness divine weapon. At that time, the 8 barons crusade army will flatten the boundless continent. Duga Xiu's eyes were filled with yearning. His dream of returning to the boundless continent could finally be realized. He stripped the glory of the Bakra orcs from the 4 major beast clans who refused to obey his orders. The 8 barons of darkness now belonged to the Black Qilin and Duga Xiu. All of this was unexpected by Yunsheng, Yi Baiming, and the others. Boundless continent. This time I, Duga Xiu, will make your blood flow like a river. Duga Xiu waved his sleeves. Outside the beast god altar, the million-strong army from the 8 barons let out an earth-shattering roar. Their hatred engulfed the entire 8 barons of darkness. Give us back the boundless continent. Massacre the boundless continent. Wave after wave of arrogant shouts broke through the sky of the 8 barons of darkness. The 8 stars of calamity from the 8 barons of darkness divine weapon were still shining brightly in the sky. Yun Sheng. After seeing the 8 blood stars slowly moving toward the Dutian blood realm, Yun Sheng, Yi Baiming, and Popo quickly rushed to the Dutian blood realm. Once they arrived at the Dutian blood realm, they saw a few familiar faces. Behind them, the armies from the other countries had gathered there for a few days. Ling Abandon. Other than Donghuang Ling and Qi, Yunsheng also saw Penglai's elder Si Ming and a few elders from the mainland's elite camp. Yunsheng was pleasantly surprised to see her former comrade in arms, but the anxiety in her heart grew even more. Do you see the 8 stars in the sky? What was that thing? Right now, the continent is in chaos, and the people are in turmoil. Just a few days ago, when the 8 great ominous stars first appeared, Elder Si Ming, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly informed the leaders of the few big countries, including Donghuang Linger, to quickly gather in the Dutian blood realm. It turned out that when Elder Si Ming was observing the stars at night, he discovered that there were 8 strange stars in the sky. The 8 stars were blood red in color, and they were moving slowly. Elder Si Ming knew that something was wrong. He quickly made a divination and discovered that a calamity was about to befall the Dutian blood world. Those 8 stars are the ominous stars. If I'm not wrong, 12 hours later, when the 8 stars form a straight line, a calamity will befall the boundless world. After Elder Si Ming knew that the ominous stars were about to descend, he gathered everyone here to discuss how to break the predicament caused by the 8 great ominous stars. Master, those are not ordinary stars. Those are the 8 Desolates' dark divine weapons of the 8 Desolates continent. If we don't stop them in time, the Dutian blood seal will collapse. Ji Rumo's appearance shocked everyone present. Rumo, you didn't die. Seeing his beloved disciple come back from the dead, Elder Si Ming was pleasantly surprised, but now was not the time to be surprised. Yunsheng briefly told him about the things that happened in the 8 Desolates continent. She was very regretful now. She did not expect that the 8 Desolates' dark divine weapon that she and Yi Baiming took out from the 8 Desolates' tower would become another opportunity for the High Priest and the others to launch a counterattack on the boundless world. When she mentioned that Duga Xiao had merged with the power of the Night Cultivators and might have been revived, the High Priest, Yu Shang, and the other experts from thousands of years ago would return to the boundless world, everyone fell silent. All of this still happened. A few years ago, Gufeng used the life-burning technique to rebuild the Dutian blood seal. But this time, if the new Dutian blood seal was destroyed, who could stop the beast tribe from the 8 Desolates? There's only one way now. Yunsheng looked at everyone, and then at her good friend Gufeng who was trapped in the Dutian blood seal. That is to use the 8 Desolates' divine weapon to stop the 8 Desolates' dark divine weapon. The High Priest has gathered the 8 Desolates' dark divine weapon, and we also have the 8 Desolates' divine weapon. Elder Siming, do you have a way to create an array to break the 8 Desolates' dark divine weapon within 12 hours? Fortunately, it was not the worst time yet. The other party had the 8 Desolates' dark divine weapon, and they also had the 8 Desolates' divine weapon. But Yunsheng, our 8 Desolates' divine weapon is not complete. You also know that I only have a part of the halberd of the divine battle god's power. Yi Baiming was talking about the halberd's power in his right hand. Back then, he and Duga Xiao had shared the halberd of the divine battle god. This also meant that the boundless world did not have the complete 8 Desolates' divine weapon. You don't have to worry about this. This is because the High Priestess and the others don't possess the complete 8 Desolation Darkness divine artifact. You should have noticed that one of the 8 blood stars is slightly dimmer than the others. Yunsheng pointed at the star as she spoke. Indeed, the blood star in the middle was slightly dimmer. That is the heavenly fate mirror of darkness. Romo was suddenly enlightened. That's right. I have long felt that the high priest did not have good intentions when he took the 8 Desolates' dark divine weapon, so I gave the heavenly fate mirror of darkness to him. I'm afraid that even he did not realize that there was something wrong with the heavenly fate mirror of darkness. Yunxing shrugged. Whether it was the heavenly fate mirror of darkness or the heavenly fate mirror of darkness, the most important part was the mirror spirit. The heavenly fate mirror of darkness contained Ji Rushue, who had already been devoured by Ji Romo. Now, the heavenly fate mirror of darkness could only be considered as an empty shell. In terms of its true power, it could only unleash 10 to 20%. Under such circumstances, the 8 Desolates' dark divine weapon was also incomplete. In that case, I will leave the rest to Master and the others from the Dharma Temple. Ji Romo heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Siming and the disciples of the Dharma Temple began to read the ancient books together. 24 hours passed by in minutes and seconds. Everyone was waiting anxiously. The 8 blood stars in the sky were getting closer and closer. Yunxing, if we don't find a way to stop the 8 Desolates' dark divine weapon, will Gufeng be in danger? Dong Huangling seemed to be very uneasy. Although Dong Huangling was dressed like an empress, her eyes were filled with anxiety and fear. Back then, she could never forget the scene where she was separated from Gufeng. But this time, if the Dutian blood seal completely collapsed, Gufeng, who had become one with the Dutian blood seal, would definitely. Dong Huangling did not dare to think about it anymore. No, he won't. We managed to guard the 8 Desolates' dark divine weapon. This time, we won't fail either. Yunxing looked at the 8 blood stars in the sky and said firmly. In the sky, the blood-red spear shot out. The evil aura contained in the spear turned into countless meteorites and rocks, forming the first wave of attack, attacking the Dutian blood seal. Inside the blood seal, Gufeng's expression didn't change when he saw the meteorites and rocks raining down like a storm. He was like a boulder, not moving at all. His body emitted a warm light. The warm light that he had never seen before caused the Dutian blood seal's light to tremble. Before the meteorites and rocks could even get close, they were turned into dust. As if it had sensed Gufeng's resistance, the blood-red spear suddenly began to buzz. The spear's body suddenly became several times bigger. Suddenly, it was like a huge red spear that could pierce through heaven and earth. With the power to devour heaven and earth, it charged straight towards the Dutian blood seal. It was like a greedy beast that wanted to devour the entire Dutian blood world. Seeing this, Yunxing and the other 8 people roared in anger. Battle chi and magic power erupted from their bodies like 8 volcanoes. The 8 Desolation divine artifacts formed a majestic ball of light that rose from the ground. The ball of light grew bigger and bigger, enveloping the Dutian blood seal, Gufeng, and the entire Dutian blood world. It became a huge shield that covered the sky. 8 Desolation divine artifact, Heaven Shrouding Shield, form. The Heaven Breaker met the Heaven Shrouding Shield, and the Blood Spear met the Light Shield. It was like 2 meteorites colliding. The Blood Spear and the Light Shield clashed, neither willing to back down. On the Beast God altar of the 8 Desolation continent, everyone also exerted their strength. In the Boundless Continent's magic array, the 8 Desolation divine artifact was also exerting its last bit of divine power. Crack, crack, crack. On the light shield, like a spider web, layer after layer of cracks appeared, quickly spreading out in all directions of the light shield. It's useless. The 8 Desolation divine artifact is already dead. With just your motley crew, it's impossible to resist the 8 Desolation divine artifact. The high priest saw that Yunsheng and the others were still fighting like trapped beasts and let out an ear-piercing laugh. Could it be? Yunsheng stared at the blood spear in the sky with great difficulty. That blood spear was like a chisel that did not know fatigue, constantly breaking through the light shield. No matter what, we have to hold on. Yunsheng took a deep breath. Demon God Transformation. Yunsheng's Dharma soul was released in an instant, forcibly increasing the Dharma power in the magic array by 10%. The heaven-shrouding shield, which was originally full of cracks, suddenly became more resilient. That's right, this is a matter of life and death for the boundless continent. We definitely cannot admit defeat, everyone said in unison. Everyone was united, and the heaven-shrouding shield's power became even stronger. What a bunch of troublesome ants. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. Dugu Xiu's gaze was eerily cold. He suddenly flew up, and the fist aura in his hand shot towards the sky like a torrential rain. That fist aura shot straight into the sky, forcibly tearing apart the boundary between the boundless continent and the Eight Desolates continent, and bombarded towards the heaven-shrouding shield. Dugu Xiu, don't you dare be presumptuous. Yi Baiming also punched out. The two fist auras collided in midair. Boom! The ground shook. Boom! Dugu Xiu's fist aura still hit the heaven-shrouding shield. Everyone felt as if their chests had been hit by a heavy punch. Their feet sank, and their bodies unknowingly sank a few inches into the ground. The heaven-shrouding shield was also unable to bear the burden, and the cracks continued to expand. Yi Baiming's expression changed slightly. Dugu Xiu's strength, Yi Baiming, I didn't expect you to still be alive. However, the current you is simply no match for me. Dugu Xiu, who possessed the Qilin King's heart and Qilin King's relic, as well as a portion of the Holy Infant's flesh and blood, was actually stronger than the reborn Yi Baiming in terms of strength. Admit defeat. You guys are simply no match for us. Amidst the high priest's savage laughter, the blood spear inched closer and closer. It was only a few dozen meters away from the Dutian blood seal. It's still too early for you to be happy. Just as the high priest was getting carried away, Yunsheng's slightly sarcastic voice was like a bucket of cold water being poured over his head. The high priest could not help but be stunned. Chapter 1397. Just as Yunsheng finished speaking, the high priestess looked at the sky again. Something strange happened. Blood Spear, which had already gained the upper hand, suddenly cracked and broke into two halves at the end of the spear. The high priestess who was holding the dark destiny mirror in the beast god altar felt her blood boiling. She was powerless and spat out a mouthful of blood. Instantly, the array was in chaos. With a shattering sound, the heavenly fate mirror of darkness exploded. The Eight Desolate Darkness divine artifact had lost one of its parts. Its power was greatly reduced. With the blood spear broken, the high priestess' attack was greatly reduced. On the other hand, the people from the boundless land saw that their opponents were defeated and their morale was greatly boosted. The power of the heaven-shrouding shield increased by a few times. Yunsheng, it's your doing. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the sky. Those were Dugu Xiu's eyes. Dugu Xiu, tell the high priestess that a fake will always be a fake. The Eight Desolate Darkness divine artifact will never be able to compare to the genuine Eight Desolate Darkness divine artifact. After Yunsheng finished speaking, she waved her hand. The Eight Desolate Darkness divine artifact's power was greatly boosted. 8 rays of light shot into the sky. Do you think you have one just like this? Let me tell you. This is just the beginning. Those blood stars have my Qilin's violent blood. Violent blood will turn into Qi. Ordinary people and demonic beasts will turn violent once they come into contact with it. I want to turn the entire boundless land into a living hell without wasting a single soldier. After Dugashio finished speaking, there was a loud explosion in the sky. Those 7 blood stars that were hanging in the sky exploded with a bang. When the blood stars exploded, they turned into a mist and were blown away by the wind. Not good. There's something wrong with that blood mist. The sudden change caught Yunsheng and the rest off guard. By the time they reacted, the blood mist had already spread to all parts of the land. After Dugashio merged with Yishio's relic and heart, he was filled with hatred towards the boundless land. His blood and flesh were filled with his violent nature. The Dutian blood world was defended, but no one expected the blood stars to turn into a blood mist. The blood mist spread out with the wind. Its speed was so fast that even the treasured ship of the divine realm might not be able to catch up with it. In just one day, the 7 balls of blood mist had already begun to spread to every corner of the continent. It was like a terrifying plague, causing countless forests and cities to undergo drastic changes overnight. As soon as the blood mist touched the trees began to change. The trees that were originally rooted in the soil had their tendons turn into limbs. They spat out venom and crawled out of the soil. Once the blood mist touched the demonic beasts went berserk and attacked anyone they saw. The blood mist entered the city. The humans did not recognize their own family and killed their wives and children. Blood flowed like rivers in countless cities. Witnessing this tragic scene, Yunsheng and the rest realized that the Bakra orcs' hatred for the human race had reached such a level. That won't do. This blood fog is even more difficult to control than the Dutian blood cloud of the past. Even with the armies of the various countries, it is still very difficult to control. Every day, Elder Si Ming would receive news from the various temples, reporting how many people had been infected by the blood mist and how many cities had fallen. Violence turned into a bloody mist. It was an executioner more terrifying than war and disease. Before we find a way to control the blood mist, we have to think of a way to protect the people of the various countries. I think this time, we have to ask Ming Ri for help. Yunsheng made a prompt decision and told Bo Bo her plan. You're saying that we should let the people of the major countries who haven't been infected by the blood fog go to the underworld to hide? Bo Bo's expression was also very serious. She was a world deity, so she had to be responsible for the safety of the mortal world. At this moment, she was already regretting that she had kicked Dugashio into the magic array. She really should have killed that brat to get rid of all future troubles. Now, that brat's strength was even more terrifying than that Chilan brat. Bo Bo found Ming Ri. At first, Ming Ri was unwilling to agree to Bo Bo's request. After all, he had already helped Bo Bo once. Moving the people of the human race who had not died to the underworld on a large scale without permission was against the rules of the underworld. You have to save them even if you don't want to. Otherwise, when these people die, they will all go to the underworld. When the underworld explodes, you, god of the underworld, will also have a headache. Bo Bo said angrily. Ming Ri was pestered to the point that he had no other choice. In the end, he could only agree to use the four-sided abyss flood dragon to transport a portion of the human race to the underworld. After receiving Ming Ri's promise, the rulers of the various countries, including Dong Wangling, also took action. They informed the people of the various cities about the urgency of the current situation. However, due to the limited number of four-sided abyss flood dragons, the transfer of the human race was still very slow. After weighing the pros and cons of each country, they decided to prioritize the elderly, children, and women. Mother, I want to be with my mother. On the four-sided abyss flood dragon, a child cried, wanting to look for his mother. Due to the problem of manpower, the four-sided abyss flood dragon could only transport 500 people at a time. Looking at the families being separated, the crying children, and the reluctant relatives and friends, Yunxing stood at the side, not saying a word. "Little wild cat, don't be sad. This is not your fault. You have already done your best." Yi Baiming walked to Yunxing's side unknowingly. He knew that during these days, Yunxing had been working hard to unite the medical practitioners and light magicians from all over the continent to find a way to get rid of the blood fog. Those martial artists and magicians who possessed Do Qi and magic power could still barely hold on for a few days. However, ordinary people would not be able to do so. She had not rested for a few days and nights. Her eyes were already bloodshot. This made Yi Baiming's heart ache. As a medical practitioner, I should save the dying and heal the injured. Seeing so many innocent people falling down one by one because of my mistake, I am unable to find any way to treat them. This was the first time in Yunxing's life that she felt powerless. This blood fog should be a kind of modern infectious disease. Only people and magical beasts that were contaminated by the blood fog or contaminated by the blood fog would be able to undergo a second infection. However, no matter how hard she tried, she was still unable to find the source of the pollution and the treatment method. "We will definitely find it." Ji Romo and the rest are also discussing through the night. "You are all the best medical practitioners and magicians in the continent. You just need some time, and you will definitely be able to find a way to control and treat the blood fog." Yi Baiming hugged Yunxing in his arms. In terms of medical skills, he could not give her any advice. All he could give was encouragement. "Actually, Night Fox, I have an idea. If it succeeds, there might be a chance to find a way to control the pollution of the blood fog." Yunxing hesitated for a while. Then, she clenched her teeth and told him the idea that had been in her mind for a few days. "What? You said you want to enter the heavily polluted area of the blood fog to find a treatment method? This is too dangerous." Yi Baiming frowned after hearing Yunxing's idea. Chapter 1398. Yunxing's idea was for her to take the risk and enter the area contaminated by the blood fog. She would come into contact with the first line of pollution and see if she could find a way to resolve the blood fog's pollution. "Night Fox, I know you're worried about me. This time, you have to listen to me. There's not much time left in the boundless land. Even the underworld could make such a huge concession for the human world, let alone us, who are originally from the boundless land. Duge Xiu hates the human race so much not only because he fused with Yi Xiu's flesh and blood, but also because of you and me. Therefore, the disaster of the blood fog this time has a lot to do with us." Yunxing knew that Yi Baiming was unwilling to let her take the risk. As a doctor with modern medical knowledge, Yunxing knew that every major outbreak of a disease required a cycle. During this cycle, the first line of medical personnel had to enter the seriously ill area and come into contact with the patients. Only then would they be able to find a way to treat the disease. Therefore, she planned to select a group of doctors and magicians to lead into the blood fog polluted area. "Since you insist on going, I'll go with you." Yi Baiming knew that at this time, Yunxing would not compromise no matter what he said. In the end, Yunxing could only agree to Yi Baiming's request. When Yunxing put forward her idea, she did not expect to receive a lot of responses from many people. Some of the doctors and magicians who were originally prepared to move to the underworld also suggested that they were willing to follow Yunxing into the blood fog polluted area. Soon, Yunxing selected a 60-person emergency medical team. "We've already analyzed the situation of the blood fog in the entire mainland. Currently, the most seriously polluted areas in the entire mainland are Penglai Island and the area around Grand Emperor City." Yunxing had already heard about the latest situation of the blood fog pollution from Elder Ming. Grand Emperor City. Yunxing did not expect to hear this familiar name again. Penglai was a sealed island. When the blood fog spread to Penglai was now an isolated island due to the demonization of flying magical beasts and the suspension of shipping. Therefore, Yunsheng could still understand why Penglai Island was so badly affected. But why was Grand Emperor City also a disaster area? The situation in Grand Emperor City is a little special. All of you know that although the blood fog is powerful, as long as we can move in time, we can reduce the number of casualties and avoid being contaminated by the blood fog and going berserk. However, after the citizens of the Grand Imperial City received our warning, not only did they not escape, they instead defended the Grand Imperial City to the death. That's why the current situation was created. Chang Si-ming admitted that he was already a stubborn old man, but he didn't expect that there would be someone who was 100 times more stubborn than him. That person was the city lord and the citizens of Grand Emperor City. Before the blood mist had spread, Elder Si-ming had already notified the major forces of the mainland. He had also quickly evacuated the members of the Dharma Temple from Penglai Island. Other forces on the continent, including the Yun family in Taiyuan Mountain, had also listened to Yunsheng's suggestion and temporarily moved to Skywing City. However, not a single person from the Grand Emperor City left. Even Elder Si-ming could not explain the reason behind this. That's bad. Even if it's Uncle Yuan and the others, it's unlikely that they will survive the blood mist. Yunsheng frowned as she thought of Yuan Xiaohua. There's no time to lose. Let's rush to Grand Emperor City and check out the situation. After Yunsheng and Yi Baiming weighed the pros and cons, they decided to make Grand Emperor City their final destination. A day later, Yunsheng, Yi Baiming, and the others were already standing outside the barrier of Grand Emperor City. Yunsheng, it's great to see all of you. Before Yunsheng arrived at Grand Emperor City, she had already contacted Yuan Xiaohua. She had rushed over accompanied by her second uncle, Yun Songlong. Second aunt, second uncle, are you all right? Our grandfather and the others well? Yunsheng hadn't seen her second uncle and his family for a while. Everyone is fine. Your mother asked me to tell you to take good care of yourself. Tianyi Yu and the others also asked me to send their regards. When Yun Songlong saw Yunsheng, he gave her a big hug before nodding at Yi Baiming. After the upheaval of the blood mist, Yun Songlong only allowed a few of his young children to follow the four-sided abyss flood dragon to the underworld. He, Yuan Xiaohua, and the rest of the mercenary band moved to Skywing City to act as backup for Yunsheng and the others. As it was high up in the sky, Skywing City was less affected by the blood mist. Second aunt, we want to enter Grand Emperor City, but there's a barrier set up outside the city. We can't enter at the moment. Yunsheng and the others only realized that the situation was more serious than they had imagined when they arrived outside Grand Emperor City. Once the barrier of Grand Emperor City was activated, the people outside could not enter, and the people inside could not enter. Yunsheng, you must save the people of Grand Emperor City. Actually, we have our own difficulties and have no choice but to stay in Grand Emperor City. I'll activate the barrier and all of you will follow me. But I beg of you, no matter what happens to the people in the city, you must not harm their lives. Yuan Xiaohua's eyes were already red as Yun Songlong comforted his beloved wife softly. Over the past few days, Yuan Xiaohua had not been having an easy time. She wanted to return to Grand Emperor City at all times. However, her father had already sent her a letter, telling her not to return no matter what. Second aunt, don't worry. We will definitely not harm anyone. Yunsheng and I are only entering the city to help the people in the city. Yi Baiming nodded. After receiving Yi Baiming's promise, Yuan Xiaohua slit her wrist. When the dark red blood seeped into the city, the barrier that enveloped Grand Emperor City was quickly removed. The moment the barrier was removed, Yi Baiming raised his thick eyebrows and shielded Yunsheng behind him. An invisible pressure spread out from Yi Baiming's body. It was as if it had hit a wall. The unknown object that flew out from the barrier was sent flying with a bang. "Brother!" Yuan Shahua exclaimed. In front of her was the young city lord of Grand Emperor City, Yuan Bupe, whose limbs were on the ground like a demonic beast. His eyes were scarlet and his entire body was covered in strange scales. "Everyone, back off. He must have been demonized by the blood fog. Everyone, put on the special helmet that I have prepared before you can enter." With that, Yunxing took out a special helmet from her beast language ring. These helmets were made by Yunxing based on the anti-poison biochemical helmets of modern medical equipment. Although they were not as sophisticated as the modern helmets, they were blessed with special light magic and could resist the blood fog very well. With them, as long as Yunxing and the rest did not come into direct contact with the blood of the infected, they would be able to avoid being contaminated by the blood fog. After putting on the helmets, Yi Baiming walked forward and temporarily restrained Yuan Bupe, who had fallen into a demonic state. "Night Fox, you walk at the front. Second Ant, you follow behind and lead the way. I think we have to find the city lord's family." Yunxing looked at the blood fog in Grand Emperor City and frowned even more. Chapter 1399. The deeper they went into Grand Emperor City, the more frightened Yunxing and the rest were. They did not expect Grand Emperor City to become like this. Their impression of Grand Emperor City could be said to be a paradise on earth. But now, Grand Emperor City had completely become a dead land. Along the way, they encountered many violent citizens of Grand Emperor City. Thanks to Yi Baiming and Yun Songlong, those citizens did not hurt them. "Father, mother." Yuan Shahua went all the way to the city lord's residence, but what she saw was the tragic scene of the city lord and his wife committing suicide. "Shahua, calm down." Seeing that his wife was about to throw herself forward, Yun Songlong hugged her tightly, unwilling to let her take another look. The city lord must have been infected by the blood fog. To prevent himself from harming others after becoming violent, he committed suicide. The city lord's wife probably could not accept it, so she followed the city lord. Yunxing, who was at the side, shook her head after checking the two's wounds. "Why? Why didn't you listen to my advice?" Yuan Shahua choked with sobs. Sob sob. Yuan Bupo, who was at the side under Yi Baiming's control, also let out a cry like a trapped beast. "Second Ant, my condolences. Now is not the time to be sad. I am very sorry, but the bodies of the city lord and his wife cannot be buried for the time being. We have to search the city for the next few days and count the citizens who are still alive and those who are already dead. Remember, you have to capture them alive without harming the citizens as much as possible. Also, I need some violent demonic beasts." Yunxing instructed the accompanying doctors and sorcerers. After about 3 days, Yunxing and the rest finally imprisoned the citizens of Grand Emperor City who were still alive. In order to prevent the citizens from killing each other, Yunxing could only use the heavenly prison of thorns to lock them up separately. After counting, there were roughly 200+ citizens of Grand Emperor City who were still alive. Fortunately, other than the city lord and his wife, Yuan Shahua's younger sister, Yuan Shanshan, was also found. "We have captured them. Yunxing, what do you plan to do next? Can Bupo and Shanshan still be saved?" Yuan Shahua knew that it was pointless for her to wallow in her grief. Therefore, she took the initiative to ask to be Yunxing's helper. "I need to draw their blood, and then..." Yunxing hesitated. "Then, it will be injected into the bodies of normal people and magical beasts. I'm going to try it on myself first." In modern medicine, the method of using white mice would be used for clinical treatment of various diseases. But now, on the boundless continent, whether it was plants, magical beasts, or humans, they were all infected with the unknown blood fog poison. So Yunxing had no choice but to use the most extreme method of testing, which was to directly test it on humans and magical beasts at the same time. What? Although they already knew that Yunxing's style of doing things was different from ordinary doctors, Yuan Xiahua and the others were still shocked. How can we do that? Xing, what if you're turned into a monster too? Yun Songlong was adamant in his disagreement. Yunxing, second uncle is right. If you really want to try it, then try it on me. Yi Baiming stepped forward. No. Yunxing had previously mentioned to Yi Baiming that she might personally participate in the testing of the blood fog poison, but she did not agree to let Yi Baiming try it on her behalf. I'm a man. How can I let my woman take the risk? Let me take the risk. I still have the life and death talisman in my body, and I have the experience of going berserk. My resistance is much stronger than the average person. Yi Baiming tried his best to persuade Yunxing. Yunxing, you should agree to Baiming's request. After all, you are the most skilled doctor among all of us. If you are also poisoned by the blood fog poison, the rest of us won't be able to do anything. A group of doctors and magicians who came with Yunxing also tried to persuade Yunxing. Everyone has said so. Little wild cat, don't worry. I will definitely pull through. Yi Baiming said gently. Alright, Night Fox. Trust me. I will find a cure. Yunxing took a deep breath and finally made up her mind. Duge Xiu looked up at the lonely sky from the Octaterra Divine Beast altar. It had been 10 days since the 8 crimson stars disappeared. Don't worry. No one can cure the blood fog poison. Once the boundless continent becomes a land of death, we will be able to invade it. The Great Witch Doctor said excitedly. The Great Witch Doctor had combined the witchcraft of the Octaterra Divine Beast altar to create the blood fog poison after decades of refinement. The Great Witch Doctor believed that even the gods of the divine realm would not be able to resolve the boundless continent's calamity. Are you sure that the blood fog poison is incurable? Duge Xiu asked. Well, to be honest, the blood fog poison is not completely incurable. Since your blood was used as the catalyst for the poison, the one who tied the bell must untie it. The catalyst used to create the antidote is also in your possession. The Great Witch Doctor said carefully. Understood. You may leave. Duge Xiu said flatly. After the Great Witch Doctor left as well. A land of death. Is this really what I want? Duge Xiu asked himself. Why? Are you regretting it? The high priest appeared behind Duge Xiu like a ghost and looked at him with a dark expression. Regret? Why should I? Taking revenge on the boundless continent has always been my long-cherished wish. Don't forget, I am no longer the Duge Xiu of the past. Duge Xiu turned around abruptly, his expression cold. That damned old man. Yi Xiu looked at the high priest with disgust. He could tell that the high priest had special feelings for Yi Xiu, the patriarch of the Black Qilin clan. Every time the high priest looked at him like that, he felt goosebumps all over his body. He was Duge Xiu, not Yi Xiu. However, he could not break off his relationship with the high priest just yet. Yunxing, you forced my hand this time, but I know you won't back down just like that. I'm waiting for you to come back for me. Looking at the pitch-black night sky again, Duge Xiu's eyes seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. More than 10 days had passed. Everyone in Skywing City was still anxiously waiting for news from Grand Emperor City. Still no news. It's already been more than half a month. Master and the others won't be in danger, right? After returning from the Netherworld, Bobo temporarily separated from Yunxing and the others. She waited in Skywing City for a while, but there was still no news. The situation in Grand Emperor City is very complicated. Right now, we have no way of contacting them. Bobo, don't be impatient. We have to believe in Yunxing. Dong Huangling patiently persuaded Bobo. I can't wait any longer. I plan to make a trip to Grand Emperor City. Bobo was really impatient. Ignoring Dong Huangling and the others' attempts to stop her, she insisted on leaving the relatively safe Skywing City alone and rushed in the direction of Grand Emperor City. Chapter 1400. In the Grand Imperial City, Yunxing had not slept for more than 10 days. Yunxing, you should rest for a while. We are here. If there are any changes, we will inform you. Yuan Shahua and the others looked at Yunxing, whose eyes were bloodshot and mouth blisters. They were all worried. No, I have to accompany him. Yunxing's gaze fell on the cages in front of her. In these cages were the subjects that Yunxing had selected for her experiments. Some of them were plants, while others were magical beasts. In one of the cages was a golden qilin. Just a quarter of an hour ago, Yunxing injected a certain amount of blood into the golden qilin's body. The blood was drawn from Yi Baiming's body. Over the past 10 days, Yunxing would personally inject the demonized blood into the qilin form. In the first few days, Yi Baiming's reaction was very strong. Even the ordinary magic cages could not contain him. However, whenever he saw Yunxing, he would try his best to calm down. It had to be said that Yi Baiming's willpower had reached an astonishing level. On the 5th and 6th days, the poison had tortured him to an inhuman state. Apart from Yunxing, he would attack anyone who approached him. Therefore, Yunxing could only accompany him. As she did not have time to eat, she relied on drinking some water of life to support herself. Yunxing, it has been more than 10 days. Are you sure you want to continue? Even Ji Rumo felt that Yunxing's experiment was futile. No, wait a little longer. Yunxing stared at the golden qilin in the cage. The latter raised its tired eyes and looked at her deeply. That night, Yunxing couldn't hold on any longer. Ji Rumo had no choice but to cast a sleeping spell on Yunxing. Only then did she fall asleep. Yunxing slept very deeply. When she woke up, Yuan Shahua and the others all had flustered expressions. What's wrong? Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. Not long after Yuan Shahua and the others sent Yunxing to rest, the golden qilin began to become restless. Yunxing, Yi Baiming's situation seems a bit off. He's starting to have a high fever that won't subside. We don't know why it's like this. Ji Rumo had no choice but to use all kinds of magic to suppress him. But in the middle of the night, the golden scales on the golden qilin's body suddenly fell off. Many red papules grew on the surface of the qilin's body, but the high fever still didn't subside. These papules grew all over its body overnight. What? You said that it has a lot of papules and has a fever. After hearing this news, Yunxing didn't panic. On the contrary, a strange look appeared in her eyes. Yunxing, its situation isn't good. Yun Sanglang and Ji Rumo were guarding the golden qilin. They didn't feel good seeing Yunxing in such a state. If anything happened to Yi Baiming, Yunxing would probably, it's a success. It's a success. I guessed right. There's hope for the boundless world. The night fox's body is starting to produce antibodies. Yunxing was crying and laughing at the same time. She rushed to the cage and opened it. Ignoring everyone's exclamations, she hugged the golden qilin immediately. Her tears rolled down uncontrollably. They had never seen Yunxing lose her composure like this. Ji Rumo and the others looked at each other. They didn't know what was wrong with Yunxing. After another 3 days, the papules on the golden cheilant's body started to scab and fall off. Yunxing immediately collected the papules. The golden cheilant's fever also subsided. Its appearance gradually returned to its original state. On the 7th day, Yi Baiming finally returned to his human form. After confirming that Yi Baiming was fine, Yunxing immediately disappeared from the scene. No one knew what she was doing. Second aunt, second uncle, here's some medicine. Distribute it to the people in the city. When Yunxing appeared in front of everyone again, she took out some medicine. Yuan Shahua and the others didn't know what Yunxing's intention was. They followed Yunxing's instructions and gave the medicine to Yuan Bupo and the others. Not long after drinking the medicine, Yuan Bupo, who had been in a crazy state, gradually regained his senses. Big sister. Why are you back? Didn't father and mother tell you not to come back? Yuan Bupo still didn't realize what had happened in the past few days. When he saw Yuan Shahua, he was surprised. Bupo, you've really recovered. Oh my God, if father and mother saw this scene in heaven, they would be very happy. Yuan Shahua hugged Yuan Bupo and cried. Second sister, what did you say? What happened to father and mother? After Yuan Bupo learned about what had happened, he hugged Yuan Shahua and cried. After a few hours, after being treated by the medicine, the people of Grand Emperor City gradually regained their senses. Yunxing, this time, I really have to thank you for helping Grand Emperor City get through this difficult time. After experiencing the death of his parents, Yuan Bupo seemed to have grown up a lot. Grand Emperor City had suffered a heavy blow and almost 90% of the people in the city had died. As the new city lord of Grand Emperor City, Yuan Bupo had a heavy responsibility. After he learned that his blood mist poison had been cured with the help of Yi Baiming, he sincerely expressed his gratitude to Yunxing and Yi Baiming. Especially Yi Baiming. Back then, Yuan Bupo admired Yunxing and had always been hostile to Yi Baiming. He didn't expect that his love rival would risk his life to save him this time. Thinking of this, Yuan Bupo couldn't help but feel emotional. Bupo, Grand Emperor City has suffered such an unforeseen event. We should have stayed to help you. However, the boundless land is still under the threat of the blood mist poison. We have to think of a way to promote this medicine on a large scale. Also, the current Grand Emperor City isn't suitable for people to live in. It's best that all of you move out, Yunxing said to Yuan Bupo apologetically. Yunxing, it's not that we don't want to move out. We can't leave because... Yuan Bupo hesitated. He looked at his two sisters beside him. The three of them looked hesitant. They didn't know if they should tell Yunxing the truth. It's not that they don't want to leave. It's that they can't leave because there's a huge secret hidden beneath Grand Emperor City. They have to keep this secret. Just as Yuan Bupo was stuttering and didn't know how to explain it to Yunxing, Bobo walked in under the escort of a few Grand Emperor City citizens. Bobo was tied up by the Grand Emperor City citizens and she looked angry. Bobo, why are you here? Yunxing was afraid that Bobo would cause trouble and quickly went forward to untie her. Chapter 1401. It turned out that Bobo was worried about Yunxing and Yi Baiming. Hence, she left Tianyi City without permission and rushed to Dihong City. However, at such a crucial moment, Bobo dropped the ball again. Her bad sense of direction acted up again. At first, she went around in circles and almost went to Pinglai. She only found Dihong City when she finally came out from the sea. However, she met Yuan Shahua again. In order to prevent the people of Dihong City from going out and hurting others, she had activated the maze outside Dihong City. After Bobo broke into the maze, she got lost again. That was really a case of crying for help. When she finally found the outskirts of Grand Emperor City with great difficulty, she was discovered by a few citizens. Without saying a word, she was caught and brought in. However, the moment she entered Dihong City, Bobo realized that something was wrong. Coincidentally, she found Yunsheng and the others at that moment. Forget it. Bupo, we, Xian Yuan family, have kept this secret for many years. This time, father and mother even sacrificed their lives for it. It's time to tell the real secret of Dihong City to the world. Yuan Shahua sighed and gave Yuan Bupo an encouraging look. I think so too. Little brother, you're the governor of Dihong City now. Yunsheng and the others aren't outsiders. You can tell them about Dihong ancient tomb. Yuan Shanshan looked calm too. You've been blabbering for so long. You just want to say that there's a huge tomb below Dihong City. Isn't there an ancient tomb of Emperor Yan in there? Bo was getting impatient from listening to them. She pointed out the worries of the Yuan siblings. How do you know? Is it about Emperor Fiery? Yuan Bupo was alert. I know a lot. I even know that at the bottom of the ancient tomb, there's actually a seal that opens path of gods left behind from ancient times. Bo pouted. Seriously, who was she? She was a universe god from the mortal world. No, she was a universe god. Path of gods. What's that? Unexpectedly, the Yuan family's siblings were confused when they heard the name. It's the Imperial Emperor's mausoleum that you've been guarding. What a bunch of idiots. After guarding that thing for thousands of years, they actually didn't know that it was the passageway to the path of the gods. Bobo truly felt sorry for the people of Grand Emperor City. Almost everyone had died, yet these people still wanted to defend this city to the death. However, they did not know the true secret of this city. Bobo had only just discovered the secret. Speaking of which, when Bobo was still an egg, she had been to Grand Emperor City. But at that time, she had not fully recovered her strength and did not have the divine skill to find the path of gods, so she did not discover the secret of Grand Emperor City. Earlier, when Bobo and Yunxing mentioned that there might still be a path of the gods on the continent, she didn't expect that the path of the gods she had been searching for was right below the Grand Emperor City. This time, it was different. When she saw the Grand Emperor City, she suddenly discovered that there was a stretch of auspicious light below the city. Although the auspicious light was not eye-catching, it faintly carried a divine aura. Bobo immediately understood. Bobo, are you sure? Yunsheng had stayed in Grand Emperor City for so long, but she did not discover any signs of the path of the gods. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Speaking of which, I have a slight impression that before the Imperial Emperor of the Divine Realm became the Emperor God, he seemed to be from the Grand Emperor clan. Bobo's brain was really not working well. She had actually forgotten such an important clue. Yunsheng, us three siblings do not know what path of the gods is, but there is indeed a large mausoleum below the Grand Emperor City. You should have heard that the Dihong song that our Xian and Yuan clan had always been learning came from the mausoleum. Yuan Bupo and the others did not hide the secret from Yunsheng and told her the secret of the underground mausoleum. However, the three of them also told Yunsheng at the same time that in the deepest part of the underground mausoleum, where the 9th chapter of the Dihong song was hidden, even the ancestors of the Xian and Yuan clan had not been able to enter. The path of the gods is very likely to be hidden there. Bobo, finding the path of the gods is a good thing, but now is not the time to open the path of the gods. Firstly, we are not strong enough. Secondly, the danger of the blood mist in the boundless continent has not been resolved. Yunxing thought that compared to becoming a god, it was more important to save people. Master, you are right. The path of the gods is already there anyway, it will not run away. Since you have already found a way to break the blood mist, we should think of a way to save people first. Bobo nodded. Yunsheng, what should we do next? Just tell us. The others were also waiting for Yunsheng's orders. I have already found a way to break the blood mist, but there are too many people in the boundless continent who are affected by the blood mist. We need a large amount of antidotes. To be honest, this kind of antidote requires a large amount of people from the Black Chelan tribe to be the catalyst. Yunsheng's words stunned Yi Baiming and the others. What did that mean? As a doctor who had seen all kinds of modern cases, Yunsheng had been studying how the blood mist could be cured after it contaminated the boundless continent. In the end, after a lot of observation, Yunsheng found that the blood mist's infection pattern, timing, and cycle were similar to smallpox in modern medicine. The best way to treat smallpox was to get vaccinated. The problem now was that she had no way to find a vaccine to fight smallpox like in modern times. Left with no choice, Yunsheng used a very ancient and backward method. She tried to inject blood infected with the blood fog poison into various experimental subjects to test which species could ultimately produce a vaccine similar to the vaccinia vaccine in modern medical history based on their own antibodies. However, she did not expect that in the end, Yi Baiming's body would produce something similar to a vaccine. This discovery was undoubtedly a huge surprise to the current boundless continent. It's hard for me to explain it to you in detail in such a short time. I have a piece of good news and bad news. The good news is that we have found the antidote. The bad news is that we might need to make a trip to the 8 wastelands and capture some people from the Black Chelan tribe alive. Because the blood mist's poison can only be cured with the blood of the Black Chelan tribe. Right now, relying on Yi Baiming to produce the vaccine alone is too slow and far from enough. Yunsheng was having a headache over this matter. You mean that we have to capture some antidotes under the eyes of the high priest in Duguxiu? Yi Baiming finally understood what Yunsheng meant. That's what I mean. Yunsheng nodded helplessly. Chapter 1402. The 8 Wastelands Continent. What a joke. You invited us here in the name of the patriarch of the Hua clan to betray the beast clans and help the human race, didn't you? Yunsheng, are you an idiot, or do you think we're idiots? Li Pa, the behemoth clan leader with the most explosive temper, slammed the table and stood up. There were a few other Bakra Orcs clan leaders present, including Green, Zi, Rita, and Lu Yunshuang. The 8 Wastelands continent and the Boundless continent were on the verge of war. The other 4 major beast tribes were all under the control of the beast god Altar and Duguxiu. Only these few beast tribes were not in cahoots with them. Therefore, after Yunsheng took the risk to return to the Bakra Orcs, she secretly contacted Lu Yunshuang and asked her to contact everyone in the name of the Chinese. The young clan leaders did not expect to see Yunsheng and Yi Baiming when they arrived in the Chinese territory. After Yunsheng and the others escaped from the Bakra Orcs, the high priest announced to the public that Yunsheng and Yi Baiming were spies from the Boundless Continent. Anyone who could kill either of them could become the high priest of the beast god Altar. At this time, the 2 of them still dared to appear in the Chinese territory so openly. They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Young clan leader Rita, you've misunderstood. I'm not asking you to betray the Bakra Orcs. I just want to convey the message of the major countries and major forces of the Boundless Continent. The humans and the beast tribes have been fighting for thousands of years. It's time to put aside the hatred between us. Yunsheng was already mentally prepared to be reprimanded by everyone. You make it sound nice. The humans are cunning. The beast tribes will never get along with the humans. Z did not sound nice either. Z had suffered a lot because of Yunsheng. He did not forget how Yunsheng threatened him and Zhen Xian to give up their cities in the 8 Wastelands Tower. Why can't they get along? You are now in the territory of Hua people. You should have seen that humans, orcs and half-orcs can live in harmony. Even the first celestial fox people, Hu Yen, has always advocated for the harmony between the human race and the beast race. One of the main reasons that Yunxing invited them to the Hua city was that she wanted these young masters to witness it with their own eyes. For thousands of years, what stood between the beast race and the human race was not just the Dutian blood realm, but also hatred and misunderstanding. Hearing Yunxing's words, the few young clan leaders fell silent. When they arrived at the Chinese city, they found that the local residents got along well with each other. To put it bluntly, these cities were originally the poorest cities in their tribal countries. That was why they were seeded. However, with the combined efforts of the humans, beasts, and half-beastmen, it had begun to take shape in just a few months. Unlike the first generation of beasts who were forced to come to the Bakra orcs, after thousands of years, the few young clan leaders' hatred for the human race had faded. The reason why they had been obsessed with attacking the boundless land was more because of the teachings of their ancestors. The few young clan leaders were also very dissatisfied with the actions of the high priest and Duga Xiu these days. In particular, they heard that in order to conquer the boundless land, the high priest and the rest even wanted to kill all the humans and magical beasts in the entire boundless land. As long as the beast race and the human race can live in harmony, the boundless land can also remove the Dutian blood seal and allow the two continents to communicate and live together. I am willing to swear on my Dharma soul. Yunxing saw that the few young clan leaders were wavering and did not hesitate to swear on her Dharma soul. Yunxing, even if we are willing to agree, you have seen the current situation. Our loved ones are all in the hands of the high priest and Duga Xiu. If we take any action, it might endanger their lives. It is not convenient for us to work with you directly, Green said. Rita and Purple nodded at the side. If that is the case, I hope that you can use the manpower in your hands to help me capture some people from the Black Chelan tribe. I promise that I will not harm their lives. For safety reasons, Yunxing and Yi Baiming only had baby with them to the Eight Desolates mainland. It was still very difficult to capture a certain number of people from the Black Chelan tribe with just the three of them. Therefore, she only wanted Green and the rest to seek help. Green glanced at Purple and Rita. Think about it first. Give me an answer before the evening. Yunxing did not force them. She and Yi Baiming left the room. Only Green, Purple, and Rita were left in the room. Green, I don't believe that woman. Purple snorted. He still did not trust the human race. I feel that Yunxing is a trustworthy person. Rita suddenly spoke. Her words surprised Purple. In his impression, Rita would always agree with whatever he said as long as he was around. This time, Purple was a proud person. Rita's abnormal behavior made him a little unhappy. Purple, this is not the time to act on impulse. Regardless of whether Yunxing was telling the truth or not, there was one thing that was true about what she had just said. The Bakra orcs are no longer the Bakra orcs of the past. Do you think that the High Priest and the rest would spare the other major races after killing countless people in the boundless mainland? Green was the youngest among the three of them. However, he was also the one who saw the most clearly. Previously, he chose to protect Yunxing because he liked Yunxing. However, this time, he was doing it for Yunxing. He was doing it for the benefit of his own race. Perhaps you have not heard of it. When the Bakra orcs were still in the boundless mainland, the 8 major races were in constant conflict. It was because of the rise and resistance of the human race that the Bakra orcs were expelled from the boundless mainland. That was why the Bakra orcs were united today. However, all of this will definitely fall apart because of the dominance of the Beast God Altar and the Black Chelan tribe. When Green thought of his old grandfather, who was still not imprisoned in the Dark Beast God Altar, a wave of anger surged in his heart. Green, are you saying that you want to help Yunxing and become enemies with the Beast God Altar? Purple was also shocked by Green's words. It's not about becoming enemies with the beast god altar. We have to save ourselves. We only need to do this secretly. If Yunsheng and the rest succeed, the beast god altar's plan will be thwarted. They will need more time to counterattack the boundless mainland. We can make use of this opportunity to rescue the chief and the rest. However, if they fail, it won't be much of a loss for us. After Green's analysis, Purple and Rita felt that what he said made sense. If that's the case, let's do it. However, we have to be extremely careful. The few young chiefs immediately decided to help capture some people from the Black Chelan tribe. Chapter 1403. With the cooperation of the 4 beast tribes, Yunsheng and Yi Baiming were able to capture the Black Chelan tribe members in the 8 wastelands more smoothly. For the sake of concealment, Yunsheng, Yi Baiming, and Bo Bo worked separately. Every time they captured 10 Black Chelan tribe members, Yi Baiming would hand them over to Bo Bo before sending them back to the boundless land. There are about 1,000 people. After the experiment, we can extract their blood according to your request and make enough antidotes. Little Wild Cat, isn't everything going smoothly? Why are you still frowning? Yi Baiming had just handed a batch of people over to Bo Bo when he saw that Yunsheng was still frowning. The wild kittens he knew could be cunning or crazy, but the one in front of him was not the one who frowned every day and had a bitter face like a little old woman. Night Fox, even if I found the antidote, it would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. The boundless land is too vast. As long as the blood fog poison doesn't disappear, there will be people infected. Yunsheng was worried about this point. This newly developed antidote was similar to the modern scientific definition of cowpox. It could indeed treat and prevent the spread of the blood fog poison. However, due to the special antidote extracted from the Black Chelan tribe members, its medicinal properties were still very strong. Usually, newborns and especially weak women and children couldn't use it. In other words, in order to cure the blood fog poison, they had to find the root cause of the blood fog poison. It was a pity that she had been in the 8 wastelands for so long without any clues. Yunsheng, you have already done your best. Don't blame yourself too much. Now, we have to stabilize the situation in the boundless land. Then, I will accompany you to find a way to get rid of the blood fog. Yi Baiming consoled her. Yunsheng forced a smile. At this moment, a member of the 9 Phoenix tribe walked in. Miss Yunsheng, we have discovered 2 groups of Black Chelan tribe caravans. They are quite strong and we are lacking in manpower. Since that's the case, Night Fox, we will split up. Yunsheng didn't suspect anything. In order to not expose the identities of the beast tribes, the young tribe leaders didn't show up for this secret cooperation. If they encountered stronger Black Chelan tribe members, Yunsheng and Yi Baiming would have to take action personally. After separating from Yi Baiming, Yunsheng and a few members of 9 Phoenix tribe hid in an ambush on an open area. The sky gradually darkened. This area was a rocky mound, and the line of sight was still quite wide. After waiting for more than an hour, a group of carriages appeared in front of them. In front of the carriages, the flag of the Black Chelan tribal country was flying. Go! After confirming his identity, Yunsheng waved his hand and rushed out with a few people from the 9 Wan tribe. There were about 7 or 8 people in the convoy, led by a man wearing a bamboo hat. Yunsheng landed on the ground and felt that something was wrong. Yunsheng, I didn't expect you to come to 8 desolations alone. The man's deep voice startled Yunsheng. He took off his hat and revealed his face. Dugushyo. Why are you here? Yunsheng was shocked. I knew you were here, so of course I came. We should have a good chat. Dugushyo stared at Yunsheng. Even in the dark night, this little woman was like a bright pearl. She was so bright that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Looking around, a few members of the 9 Phoenix tribe had already retreated behind Duguxiu. One of them was the 9 Phoenix tribe member who had informed her earlier. That tribe member removed her disguise. She was Yaoji from the 9 Phoenix tribe who had a conflict with Yunxing earlier. She was fooled. Behind her, the members of the Black Qilan tribe and the 9 Phoenix tribe had already surrounded her. Yaoji, why did you collude with Duguxiu? Yunxing believed that Green wouldn't betray her. It seemed that Yaoji had informed Duguxiu. You're asking me why? You're such a vixen. It's not enough for you to hook up with the young chief. You also want to implicate the entire 9 Phoenix tribe. The young chief was bewitched by you. I won't be fooled. Chief Dugu, I've already handed her over to you. Why don't you kill her? Yaoji gnashed her teeth. These days, in order to help this woman, the young chief had captured many members of the Black Qilan tribe. Yaoji was very anxious when she knew about it. She thought that it was all because of this woman in front of her. As long as she got rid of her secretly, the young chief would forget her sooner or later. Haha, you're right. She's already in my hands. It's useless to keep you alive. Guards, the 9 Phoenix tribe has colluded with the enemy. Kill all of them. Duguxiu said coldly. Duguxiu didn't plan to let other people know that Yunsheng was in the 8 wastelands. Especially the high priest. What? You promised me that as long as I lure Yunsheng here, you'll let go of the 9 Phoenix tribe and the old chief. Yaoji was terrified. Unfortunately, she would never get Duguxiu's answer. Several warriors of the Black Qilan tribe rushed up like hungry wolves. The members of the 9 Phoenix tribe were quickly killed. On the empty plain, there was a suffocating smell of blood. Stupid. You're actually negotiating with an inhumane killer. Yunxing watched coldly as Yaoji and the others were killed. She had no sympathy for them. Traitors were not worthy of sympathy. Killer. It turns out that I'm such a person in your mind. Why don't you run? The Yunxing I know is not a person who will compromise easily. Duguxiu walked to Yunxing. I don't think that you'll give me the chance. Yunxing subconsciously took a few steps back. She didn't run because she knew that Duguxiu had absolute confidence in capturing her. After merging with the ancient Qilan King's heart and the Qilan King's relic, Duguxiu looked even taller. Yunxing had just retreated a few steps when she felt an indescribable pressure coming from all over her body. Her footsteps suddenly froze, and she was unable to retreat any further. Not only that, she also felt an invisible pressure that forced her to get closer to Duguxiu. This is... Yunxing frowned. Such a strong pressure. This pressure even surpassed the pressure that Yunxing felt when she faced the Phantasm Ghost King. The situation was worse than she had imagined. Could it be that Duguxiu had become so strong? Do you feel it? The power of the Qilan realm. Duguxiu was only a step away from Yunxing. Looking at Yunxing's stiff expression, he suddenly laughed out loud. His unbridled laughter echoed in the empty plain. Chapter 1404. The Power of the Realm. Yunxing's heart shook when she heard this. The reason why the Phantasm Ghost King was able to stand on equal footing with Ming Ri in the underworld and enjoy godlike treatment was because he had comprehended a special ability called the Realm. The so-called Realm was when he used his battle chi to the extreme and formed a protective layer around him that was difficult to break through. As long as he was within the protection of the realm, no magic, battle skills, or even sovereign god-level divine skills could harm him. It could be said that under the protection of the realm, Duguxiu was invincible. Yunxing's body stiffened as she felt the evil aura emanating from Duge Xiu, who was close by. The black Qilin warriors not far away acted as if they didn't hear anything. Duge Xiu's realm had reached the point where he could freely control it. As long as he wanted to, he could do anything to anyone within the range of his realm. He could even crush them instantly. Yunxing's expression changed. Speaking of which, I have to thank Yi Baiming for all of this. This power originally belonged to him. He was the one who gave up this power. Yunxing, have you ever regretted choosing him and not me back then? Duge Xiu enjoyed the benefits of this powerful power. Not everyone is like you, addicted to power and power. In my eyes, even if you become a god, you still can't compare to Night Fox. Before Yunxing could finish speaking, Duge Xiu's gaze sharpened and he grabbed Yunxing's neck. Her delicate skin was like a soldering iron, burning Duge Xiu's skin. He glared at Yunxing furiously. This damned woman always had the ability to enrage him in the shortest amount of time. Yunxing, don't think that I'm still the Duge Xiu from back then. I won't let you look down on me again and again. Don't think that just because I like you, you can trample on me as you wish. I've already tolerated you countless times. Duge Xiu's anger dyed his eyes red. You can try. I promise that when you do, I won't even make a sound. Yunxing's neck had already turned red from Duge Xiu's grip. She could feel that the air entering her lungs was getting lesser and lesser. Duge Xiu was so angry that his nostrils flared. He clenched his 5 fingers one by one. As long as he used a bit more strength, he could kill this woman who was always going against him. Do you know what the boundless continent has become? Later Qin is now a land of death, Yunxing said intermittently. Shut up. Duge Xiu angrily threw Yunxing to the ground. Cough cough. You don't allow me to say it. Duge Xiu, you should stop. Half of your blood is from the human race. You were once the emperor of Later Qin. Although you were an iron-blooded emperor, you did your best for the people of Later Qin. Think about the great rivers and mountains of the Later Qin, and the tens of thousands of people. Are you willing to see everything you've done in the past be destroyed in a single day? Yunxing's words made Duge Xiu's heart feel like it was being pierced by needles. Later Qin. His motherland. Although he had been in the 8 Desolates mainland for many years, everything that had happened in Later Qin seemed to have happened yesterday. In those years, he was still the iron-blooded crown prince of Later Qin. His father was still alive, and his mother was still so kind. All of this was still vivid in his mind. When he saw the 8 blood stars explode and the people of the boundless continent fall into madness, Duge Xiu's heart throbbed a little. That used to be his motherland. Duge Xiu, I know you care about it too. Do you know how to make the blood fog disappear? Yunxing's words cut off Duge Xiu's memories abruptly. He took a few steps forward and stared at Yunxing. There were still 2 purplish finger marks on her neck. These were all caused by him. After fusing with the Black Qilin King's heart in the Saraira, he had become even more violent and bloodthirsty. Just now, there was a moment when he really wanted to kill Yunxing. If this continued, would he become someone who could not even recognize himself? Yunxing, don't bother about the boundless continent and the 8 Desolates mainland. Leave with me, okay? Duge Xiu said in a low voice. He raised his hand and wanted to touch Yunxing's face. Yunxing wanted to reject him, but she noticed the look in Duge Xiu's eyes. Duge Xiu's eyes were very complicated. There was pleading and sorrow. Yunxing's face was reflected in his eyes. At that moment, he was like a patient who had placed all his hopes on Yunxing. As long as she nodded, he was willing to let go of everything. As long as she nodded. Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. She acted out of character and did not immediately break free from Duge Xiu's hand. In her body, the power of the celestial fox Sarira slowly radiated out. When his calloused hand touched Yunxing's smooth skin, Duguxiu's body could not help but tremble. Duguxiu, look at me. Did you just say that you are willing to let go of everything with the Black Qilin tribe and return to the boundless continent with me? Unknowingly, Yunxing's eyes turned golden. However, Duguxiu, who was intoxicated by Yunxing's rare obedience, did not realize this. He only saw that the woman in front of him did not reject him. There was a faint smile on her lips. At that moment, Yunxing was so beautiful that even the moon in the sky could not compare. At this moment, he only wished that time could stop. This way, he could look at her forever and be with her forever. I can return to the boundless continent with you. However, Yunxing, it is impossible for the blood fog to disappear. Unconsciously, Duguxiu said the words in his heart. Impossible to disappear. Yunxing's heart sank. However, she still forced a smile on her face. You must have a way. Isn't it? Duguxiu was silent. Duguxiu. Yunxing was a little anxious. Call my name again. Call me softly like just now. There was a trace of indulgence in Duguxiu's eyes. Duguxiu, tell me. What is the method to get rid of the blood fog? Yunxing controlled her temper and asked again. The method to get rid of it? Give me a kiss, and I will tell you. Duguxiu was like a child as he started to act shamelessly. Kiss. Kiss your head. Yunxing rolled her eyes in her heart. Duguxiu, you can give it a try. Just as Yunxing was in a battle between heaven and earth, an icy cold voice descended from the sky. Yi Baiming appeared with a cold aura around him. Yi Baiming, you really did not appear at the right time. When he saw Yi Baiming, the confusion in Duguxiu's eyes quickly dissipated. He snorted coldly and became the extremely cold Duguxiu again. Chapter 1405. Duguxiu had already guessed that after knowing that Yunxing might be ambushed, Yi Baiming would definitely appear. However, Yi Baiming chose the most inappropriate time to appear, which made Duguxiu even more furious. The moment Yi Baiming appeared, he killed the few Black Qilin warriors. There were only 3 people on the hill. Duguxiu, you didn't fall for the golden puppet eye. Yunxing looked at Duguxiu, whose face was filled with killing intent, and exclaimed. Little wild cat, when did you become so stupid? He has the Black Qilin King's relic on him. Your celestial fox inheritance is useless against him. On the way, Yi Baiming felt that something was amiss. He immediately turned around to ask Green. Only then did he know that he and Yunxing had been fooled. When he arrived, he happened to see Yunxing and Duguxiu being intimate. At that moment, he almost exploded. Yunxing almost vomited blood. Even Yi Baiming thought of this, but she didn't realize it. Indeed, with the Qilin King's heart and the Qilin King's relic, Duguxiu's strength was comparable to Yi Xiu at his peak. With such a Yi Xiu, perhaps only the strongest celestial fox people's leader, Hu Yan, would be able to barely tie with him. And her current strength was not even comparable to Hu Yan. Ah, Yi Baiming, you are indeed my only opponent. I almost tricked her. However, you are wrong about one thing. The celestial fox tribe's illusion techniques are indeed very powerful. Just now, for a moment, I was really bewitched by her. Duguxiu curled his lips. Yi Baiming was right. A celestial fox inheritance at the level of the golden puppet eye was no longer useful to him. However, Yi Baiming and Yunxing did not expect it at all. Just now, if Yunxing had agreed to his request, Duguxiu might have really let go of everything and left the 8 Desolates continent with her. Unfortunately, he knew that it was impossible. As for the reason, it was because of the man in front of him. As long as Yi Baiming was around, Yunsheng would never accept him. Yunsheng, are you curious why the celestial fox relic in your body is useless to me? Duge Xiu was no longer the same as before. When he touched Yunsheng, he sensed that there was a celestial fox relic in Yunsheng's body. Logically speaking, He Yao and Hu Yan were 8 desolates experts of similar strength back then. Even if Duge Xiu had both the ancient Qilin heart and the Qilin King's relic, Yunsheng, who had the celestial fox relic, should be able to put up a fight against him. However, the truth was that Yunsheng was no match for Duge Xiu now. This was also what frustrated Yunsheng the most. Because the celestial fox relic in your body is incomplete. Duge Xiu's words revealed the truth. Incomplete. How is that possible? I clearly obtained the celestial fox relic from the celestial fox tomb. Yunsheng had actually suspected that she was an 8-tailed celestial fox. Back then, Hu Yan was also an 8-tailed celestial fox. With the combination of the strong possessing the celestial fox relic, her strength should have broken through. However, ever since Yunsheng broke through to the magic god realm, her cultivation had remained stagnant for a long time. So it was because her celestial fox relic was incomplete, so, you can't defeat me with just you. Just now, didn't you want to know how to make the blood fog disappear completely? I can tell you the answer to that. There is only one way to make the blood fog disappear, and that is to kill me. As Duge Xiu spoke, Yi Baiming had already stepped forward. Release her. Your opponent is me. From the moment Yi Baiming saw Duge Xiu, he knew that a battle between the two of them was unavoidable. Yi Baiming clenched his fists. Boundless battle aura gushed out from his knuckles. Duge Xiu also stepped forward. With every step he took, the black battle aura in his body became denser, and was emitted from his body. Battle auras gathered behind the two of them, forming 2 Qilins, one golden and one black. The 2 Qilins were glaring at each other covetously. They let out furious roars that resembled dragon roars and thunder. Suddenly, an ominous glint flashed in Duge Xiu's eyes. His left hand turned into a halberd. With a shake of the halberd, an earth-shattering battle aura slashed toward Yi Baiming. At this moment, Yi Baiming's figure flashed. The halberd of the divine battle god in his right hand turned into many shadows and stabbed toward Duge Xiu. In an instant, the shadows enveloped Duge Xiu's entire body. Clang! 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 The halberds of the divine battle god clashed. Metal and stone collided. The sky was filled with their battle auras and halberd shadows. Whoosh! At this moment, a cold smile appeared on Duge Xiu's face. The power of the world spread out from his body. Bang! The two of them separated upon contact. Yi Baiming felt that there was a repulsive force in Duge Xiu's body that knocked him away. The blood in his body roiled. The skin on his chest was torn apart, revealing his white bones. This is the strength of the ancient Qilin King. Yi Baiming was forced to take a few steps back. Both of them had a portion of the divine battle god's power. But at this moment, Duge Xiu had the upper hand. Is this all you've got? Then die. Duge Xiu laughed out loud. You want to defeat me? It's still too early. Yi Baiming smiled indifferently. So what if he was the ancient Qilin King? The life and death talisman in his body quickly took effect and healed his wounds. The two of them fought until the sky turned dark. In an instant, the sand and stones on the hill were flying. Neither of them gave way to the other. Red-furred monster, it's you again. Just as Yi Baiming was about to fight to the death with Duge Xiu, a popping sound appeared in the sky. When Popo heard that Yunsheng had been ambushed, he immediately rushed over. but who knew that he would encounter such a scene? A heinous person like you should disappear from the human world forever. Today, I, the world god, will let you have a taste of being banished. Banished to the abyss for 100 years. Popo chanted. Dugashio felt the ground sink. His body was sucked into a bottomless abyss. Everything around him disappeared. Ha, Master, Cheelin Brat, you can rest assured now. This eyesore has been banished underground by me. He won't appear for 100 years. Popo clapped his hands and laughed. Popo, are you sure? Can 100,000 feet underground trap Dugashio? Yi Baiming was suspicious. Of course, I'm the world. Before Popo could finish his words. Just as Dugashio fell into the ground, a violent force suddenly erupted from the depths of the Earth's crust. It was like a volcanic eruption or a mountain flood breaking through a dam. Boom boom boom. Dugashio broke out from the Earth's crust. Not good. Master, Cheelin Brat, run. Only then did Popo know that Dugashio had come earlier than Chi. He was very powerful. Even her banish to the abyss was not his match. Of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best. Popo grabbed Yunsheng and Yi Baiming and escaped. Chapter 1406. Damn it. What the hell is she? Dugashio had never met an opponent like Bobo since his rebirth. He didn't expect the pink-haired girl to have such a powerful skill. Humph, she's a world deity of the mortal world. After Dugashio broke out of the ground, he heard a sneer behind him. The high priestess and Yushang appeared behind him. World deity of the mortal world. So what? Her skill could trap me once, but it might not be able to trap me a second time. When Dugashio saw that Yunsheng and Yi Baiming had disappeared, he was extremely annoyed. He ignored the high priestess and Yushang and left. High priestess, what's going on? Didn't you say that he would become a Yi Xiao after fusing with the Cheelin heart and Cheelin relic? How does he look like a Yi Xiao? The fact that Dugashio had left the Black Cheelin tribe without their permission made the high priestess and Yushang very angry, especially Yushang. She had always thought that as long as Yi Xiao could be reborn, she would have a chance to gain his favor. However, Dugashio had only absorbed Yi Xiao's power and hadn't become a Yi Xiao. He was still indifferent to Yushang. The high priestess also realized that after Dugashio became stronger, he became more difficult to control than before. Especially when things involved that celestial fox bastard Yunsheng, Dugashio would always act strangely. Tonight's incident was a good lesson. This won't do. That kid is getting harder and harder to control. If this continues, it might mess up our overall plan. The plan now is to revive Yi Xiao, who is sleeping in that kid's body. The high priestess had an idea in her mind. What? Your Yi Xiao is still alive in that kid's body. Yushang was surprised and happy. She loved Yi Xiao, the powerful and decisive Yi Xiao. It's simple. Use hatred to activate him. Don't forget, make him remember Hu Yan betraying Yi Xiao. As for whether it will succeed or not, it will all depend on the illusion of your celestial fox tribe. This should be your specialty. The high priestess glanced at Yushang. Yushang hesitated for a moment and nodded. That scared me to death. I thought we were going to die in the 8 desolate continent. That red-haired monster is too scary. Ye's name. This was the first time she had met someone who could dispel her divine skill. Or he. Or. Although they had already captured enough people from the Black Cheelin tribe, if the blood mist was truly like what Dugashio said and could only disappear after killing him, it meant that they would have to face Dugashio sooner or later. There was something else that Yunsheng was more worried about. Duguxiu had said that her celestial fox relic was incomplete. Where did the missing part of the celestial fox relic go? Yunxing's mind was in a mess. She didn't even know when Yi Baiming had sent Bobo away. Little wild cat, shouldn't you explain to me what happened just now? Hearing a sour voice, Yunxing shuddered. She looked at Yi Baiming and saw that he was looking at her with a dark expression. Yunxing suddenly remembered that in order to trick Duguxiu, she seemed to have, Night Fox, don't misunderstand. I didn't do anything. Yunxing was embarrassed. Night Fox was jealous again. Oh. So you're saying that if I didn't appear, you would have kissed him? Yi Baiming narrowed his eyes dangerously. It's not like that. Night Fox, it's actually nothing to kiss him. When I was in my world, I would occasionally do mouth-to-mouth resuscitation in order to save people. Yunxing still wanted to argue. At this moment, Yunxing was full of confidence. Anyway, she had already told Night Fox about her past. Night Fox had also said that he wouldn't be calculative about her and Lu Minglang's past. Yunxing's original intention was to brainwash Yi Baiming and let him know that as the intimate lover of a medical staff, under certain circumstances, even if the patient was a toad, she would still kiss him. Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. What's that? Yi Baiming's expression didn't change much. He looked like a humble student. It's mouth-to-mouth, like a patient. Yunxing said and realized that something was wrong. Why did Yi Baiming's expression look so ugly? Looking at Yi Baiming's handsome face that was getting uglier, Yunxing already knew that she had committed a big taboo. Night Fox, don't be angry. Okay, I was wrong this time. What will it take for you to forgive me? Yunxing tugged at Yi Baiming's sleeve pitifully. She looked like a kitten that had been abandoned by its owner. A certain part of Yi Baiming's heart softened, but his face still had a foul expression. It's good that you know your mistake. Then, I'll punish you by kissing me 100 times as compensation. With that, a cunning look flashed past Yi Baiming's eyes. Okay, 100 it is. Ha! Yunxing's eyes widened. What? 100 times. After more than an hour, Bobo bounced in. He discovered that Yi Baiming, who had a dark face earlier, was now beaming with joy. On the other hand, his master's cheeks were red and his lips seemed to be swollen. My dear master, do you have a fever? Why is your face so red? Bobo leaned forward with a face full of curiosity. No. Bobo, where are the people from the Qilin tribe? I'm going to start the experiment. Yunxing looked embarrassed. She found an excuse and slipped away. Next time, even if he died, he wouldn't dig his own grave and let that guy hit him when he was down. Qilin brat, you can't be bullying master, right? Why do I feel that master is strange? Bobo glanced at Yi Baiming. The more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. Bobo, you're still young. There are many things you don't understand. I was just trying to make your master happy. Yi Baiming took advantage of him and was in a good mood. What method is there to make someone happy? I also want to know that I can use it on Ming Ri next time. Every time he sees me, he looks like I owe him a pile of gold coins. Hearing that, Bobo immediately turned into a good student who was full of curiosity and looked at Yi Baiming expectantly. Hee, you really want to know? Alright, I'll reluctantly tell you. Yi Baiming whispered a few words into Bobo's ear. Really? As long as it's like this, Ming Ri will be happy. Alright, I'll try it next time. Hearing that, Bobo realized that the method to make Ming Ri happy was actually so simple. Her face was filled with joy. She made up her mind that the next time she met Ming Ri, she would definitely try it. Chapter 1407. Saintess, do you really plan to use Celestial Fox's illusion to revive Yi Xiu, who is sleeping in Duga Xiu's body? It's too dangerous. The great Magus Doctor was very worried when he learned that the Saintess was going to follow the High Priest's wishes and revive Yi Xiu. I love Yi Xiu, not Duga Xiu. Besides, Duga Xiu has always been infatuated with that bitch called Yunxing. Once Yi Xiu revives, he will definitely give the order to attack the boundless land, Yu Shang said firmly. Yu Shang had already made up her mind. That night, she and the High Priest made preparations in secret. They invited Duga Xiu with the excuse of observing the situation in the boundless land. As soon as Duga Xiu entered the main hall of the Beast God altar, clouds of pink smoke suddenly spewed out from the main hall. High Priest, Yu Shang, how dare you plot against me? Duga Xiu knew that something was amiss. He wanted to quickly leave the main hall, but the pink smoke blurred his surroundings. The smoke gradually condensed into an image. A woman appeared in the image. Yunxing. Duga Xiu's heart twitched when he saw the woman. The woman in the image was dressed in a holy sorcerer's robe. Her eyes were melancholic and sorrowful. No, you are not Yunxing. Yunxing would definitely not have such eyes. The Yunxing that Duga Xiu knew had a pair of sparkling eyes that were as bright as the stars even in desperate situations. However, the woman in the image was very similar to Yunxing. The two of them looked very similar. Hu Yan. Another person appeared in the image. It was a black-haired man. He was tall and had a pair of eyes that were as deep as the sky. He was originally an extremely cold man, but the moment he saw the woman, the iceberg in his eyes melted instantly. It was an expression that only a man would have when he saw the woman he loved. When he saw the man, Duga Xiu's heart trembled again. This familiar feeling, Hu Yan, the first Celestial Fox People's chief. The black-haired man's silhouette was almost identical to Yi Baiming. However, the man had ankle-length hair and looked wilder. He was Yi Xiu, the first Black Qilin patriarch, Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu, do you really want to fight to the death with the humans? Hu Yan turned around and looked at the handsome man in front of her. Of course, the humans have killed countless of my people. This time, I will slaughter them all. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Yi Xiu hugged Hu Yan. There was a hint of hesitation in Hu Yan's eyes. Yi Xiu, have you never thought of living in peace with the humans? Hu Yan, you're spouting nonsense again. How can humans and beasts live in harmony? We beasts are the noblest, while humans are lowly and filthy. Yi Xiu's tone was a little unhappy. This was not the first time Hu Yan had mentioned this to him. A woman was a woman after all. Even someone as powerful as Hu Yan could not help but be soft-hearted. Don't say any more. I've made up my mind. If you don't want to kill those humans, stay in the camp and wait for me to return with the other beast patriarchs. By then, I'll be the Wuji king, and you'll be the noblest woman by my side. Yi Xiu gently planted a kiss on Hu Yan's forehead before reluctantly letting her go. Looking at Yi Xiu's tall figure disappear into the vast night, Hu Yan also sighed. Her figure flashed as she rushed in the opposite direction of Yi Xiu. When she arrived at the humans' camp, a human ruler appeared in front of her. You. When the human powerhouse saw Hu Yan, there was a hint of admiration and doubt in his eyes. This is the refining method for the 8 Desolation Divine Tool. Collect the materials on it. You need to refine the 8 Desolation Divine Tool within half a month. Hu Yan took out a sketch and handed it to the human powerhouse. What? Duga Xiu's body could not help but lean forward. A sketch of the 8 Desolation Divine Tool. He did not expect that the 8 Desolation Divine Tool in the hands of the humans was actually created by Hu Yan. Why are you helping us? The human ruler took the sketch. He did not understand why Hu Yen would help them. The Bakra orc's attack was too fierce. The humans were already an arrow at the end of its flight and could be killed at any time. I'm not helping you. I'm helping myself. Hu Yan's voice sounded unusually hollow under the vast starry sky. Duguxiu suddenly clutched his chest. He felt that his heart was beating violently. It was not his heart, but the heart of the Black Qilin King Yeshu. His heart hurt as if it was being torn apart. It was heartbreaking. That was the woman that Yeshu loved the most, the woman that he was willing to use his life to protect. She actually betrayed the Bakra orcs and helped the humans expel the Bakra orcs from the boundless continent. Why? Why did she do that? The Black Qilin King relic in Duguxiu's body screamed crazily. No! Black Qilin Qi spewed out from Duguxiu's body. Yeshu, who was lurking in Duguxiu's body, finally awakened. His red hair had turned black. Duguxiu's hair had grown a lot longer. In his eyes, hatred had devoured everything. The fog in the main hall dispersed. The high priest and Yushang looked at the man who was standing stiffly with trembling faces. When he slowly turned around, the high priestess and Yushang were both shocked by the unique aura of a night cultivator. Patriarch. Is it you? You're finally alive. I've waited for so many years, and you're finally here. My honorable patriarch, the only patriarch. The high priest's tears flowed down. He fell to the ground recklessly and kissed Yeshu's feet. Yeshu, is it really you? Do you still recognize me? I'm Yushang. I'm Hu Yushang. Yushang's face was full of admiration. She stared at Yeshu. From his eyes, to the bridge of his nose, and the world-destroying aura around him, he really was Yeshu. Yushang, Hu Yushang. Yeshu hesitated and looked at Hu Yushang. Yes, it's me. I saw the illusion just now when I secretly followed Hu Yen. That bitch Hu Yen secretly hooked up with a human emperor. She even secretly drew the blueprint of the 8 Desolation artifact and gave it to the humans. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have lost. Yushang continued to speak ill of Hu Yen. She had told Yeshu about this back then, but Yeshu was stubborn. He even went to the Dutian Blood Realm in the midst of the chaotic battle to find Hu Yen. It was also there that Yeshu was besieged by 8 human powerhouses with the 8 Desolation artifact and died in battle. Yes, I remember. I remember everything. I have to thank you for helping me come back to life. Yeshu took a deep breath and looked at Yushang. A strange cold light flashed in his eyes.